Ameshafika? Nakuja kwa sasa hivi.
The United Nations Economic Commission for Africa is also supporting the process of mainstreaming gender and youth employment initiatives, international strategies. This will help to ensure that trade policy is both gender-sensitive and responds to demographic realities, thereby contributing more fully to sustainable development.
I also reaffirm my commitment and support through the UN Economic Commission for Africa and UN Women to the African Women Leadership Fund being launched today.
The idea here is to say, hopefully in the next 10 years, we have maybe 50, 60 women fund managers that are actually managing billions of dollars that can then be on lent to other women businesses. So that's how the fund will work.
The United Nations Economic Commission for Africa is also supporting the process of mainstreaming gender and youth employment initiatives into national strategies. This will help to ensure that trade policy is both gender sensitive and responds to demographic realities, thereby contributing more fully to sustainable development.
I also reaffirm my commitment and support through the UN Economic Commission for Africa and UN Women to the African Women Leadership Fund being launched today.
The idea here is to say, hopefully in the next 10 years, we have maybe 50, 60 women fund managers that are actually managing billions of dollars that can then be on lent to other women businesses. So that's how the fund will work.
United Nations Economic Commission for Africa is also supporting the process of mainstreaming gender and youth employment initiatives into national strategies. This will help to ensure that trade policy is both gender sensitive and responds to demographic realities, thereby contributing more fully to sustainable development.
I also reaffirm my commitment and support through the UN Economic Commission for Africa and UN Women to the African Women Leadership Fund being launched today.
The idea here is to say, hopefully in the next 10 years, we have maybe 50, 60 women fund managers that are actually managing billions of dollars that can then be on-lent to women businesses. So that's how the fund will work.
The United Nations Economic Commission for Africa is also supporting the process of mainstreaming gender and youth employment initiatives into national strategies. This will help to ensure that trade policy is gender sensitive and responds to demographic realities, thereby contributing more fully to sustainable development.
I also reaffirm my commitment and support through the UN Economic Commission for Africa and UN Women to the African Women Leadership Fund being launched today.
The idea here is to say, hopefully in the next 10 years, we have maybe 50, 60 women fund managers that are actually managing billions of dollars that can then be on lent to other women businesses. So that's how the fund will work.
All right. This is just to give you a pre-welcome to this press conference while everybody readies up. Good morning, ES. Good morning, Mr. Minister. I can see that you both are connected. Let me just touch base with Emmanuel. So, good morning, Your Excellencies, Madam, the United Nations Under Secretary General and Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Africa. Good morning, Your Excellency, the Minister of Finance, Republic of Equatorial Guinea, Chair of the 53rd session of the Economic Commission for Africa, otherwise called the African Conference of Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. This is a press conference in which we want to look at the key take-homes from the 53rd session, so we get the messages here. So I'd like to welcome all the participants, my fellow colleagues, journalists from across Africa and the rest of the world. You're welcome. For some housekeeping rules, if you have to speak, please, you need to use the raise your hand icon. The raise your hand icon is situated somewhere below your screen so that we can call you up. But you can also type in the chat box. Without further ado, I'd like to invite the Executive Secretary of ECA, Your Excellency Vera Songwe, please, to give us a word of welcome. You are muted, yes.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for joining us. Bonjour, Monsieur le Ministre, bienvenue aussi. Je pense que nous sommes
Minister, and welcome. We are all here for the press conference, and we are available to the journalists for their questions.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Madam Songwe.
Good morning, Your Excellency. Madam Songwe has just made a brief welcome remarks there. So I'd like to pass the floor on to you to give us your welcome remarks. Please do feel free to speak in the language of your choice, English or French.
Okay, once again, good morning. Just some few remarks before we can start the press conference. I would like to say that the Economic Commission for Africa, its new report on the coronavirus pandemic, says that more than 300,000 Africans could lose their lives due to COVID-19. This, as the pandemic continues to impact the continent, struggling economies, whose growth is expected to slow from 3.2% to 1.8%, pushing some 25 million people into extreme poverty. As Madame Songwe highlighted yesterday, the economic costs of the pandemic have been harsh than the direct impact of COVID-19. That means that all economies are suffering from the sudden shock to economies. The physical distance required to manage the pandemic is shocking and stifling economic activities across the whole continent of Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, our best option at this time is to embark on a more certain path towards to achieve our historic challenges, which are economic diversification, digital, and promoting human capital in Africa. So we must get down to work and seize the challenges of the pandemic and transform it into opportunities. We are in the digital age. It is so-called the fourth industrial revolution, which offers opportunity to transform African economies so that they can more easily integrate into global value chains by developing and expanding new activities and creating dynamics and competitive growth in many sectors, such as manufacturing, agriculture, fisheries, services, etc. This current situation highlights the potential to drive Africa towards never before, enabling innovation, stimulating new business models, and improving the delivery of public services. Moreover, our work will be aimed to achieving the effective implementation of policies, strategies, and regulations that will enable the opportunities offered by the digitalization to be fully exploited with industrialization to realize the continent aspirations set out in the African Union Agenda 2063. We also believe it is essential to start by giving impetus to national digital plans for Africa's transformation. That means betting on the fourth industrial revolution as key of the new normal path. African governments also should increase investment in digital technologies to contribute to sustainable and inclusive development. We will focus on motivating the inclusion of 4.0 culture, and digitalization of services in the e-government, health, tele-education, digitalization of citizens' mobility, smart cities, solid waste treatment and collection, water supply purification, electricity, construction, banking services, livestock, and so on and so forth. We will also emphasize proper management of the demographic dividend. Today, 1.2 billion people who make up the African population, approximately 77% are under the age of 35. It means that Africa has more than 200 million young people who are growing in number and expected to double by 2045. The democratic potential that Africa should be the focus for the development of the new African digital revolution. We also have to target education. So for Africa to fully benefit from the opportunities and challenges presented by the fourth revolution, industrialization, it is vital that public and private education honestly align around the real skills demand presented, not only to transition the existing workforce, but also to equip the current ones. We're also boosting small states, a small state platform for the fourth industrial revolution as a response to address a delay in the integration of the fourth industrial revolution. There is also a need to find strategies to position the continent in the line with the integration of the fourth industrial revolution as the rest of the continent, and to focus our eyes on the countries in the African continent itself that are less ahead on the fourth industrial revolution race. To become imperative if what we want is to seek equity, efficiency, and take 100% advantage of the new industrial era. We will also betting for science and research is in the line of acquiring the vaccines to be able to fight the COVID-19 pandemic. The challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic in our continent represent an opportunity to confront our vulnerabilities and strengthen our capacities. It is a fact that small countries of the world are learning to manage the consequences of the new coronavirus pandemic, which has claimed the lives of more than thousands of people around the world and also in Africa. In the face of the various studies and the race of the new findings for the COVID-19 vaccines, one can see the great deficiencies that the continent has. And finally, we must be stronger than ever, work harder, and think about the future of our continent, and united and intelligent continent. Only in this way we can only dream, but live in a sustainable, inclusive, and peaceful context. So these are my remarks, policies that we would like to carry on while being the president of the Bureau of ECA. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Mr. Minister, for that very rich piece of, for that very rich statement of welcome there. I would like to say that you put premium on economic diversification, digitization, and the promotion of human capital. Of course, you also said that during your mandate as chair of the Bureau, you will also put premium on digital services in health, in the provision of water services, in banking, in education, in health, and in governance, that is e-governance. So I'd like to kickstart the question and answer session with a question that has been sent to me via WhatsApp by your fellow countryman, Milagrosa Adacha, CEO of Equatorial Guinea Magazine. The journalist is asking you, Mr. Minister, how is Equatorial Guinea planning to diversify its economy moving forward?
So thank you, Mr. Moderator. As I said, we have to continue dealing with these historical challenges. One of them is the economic diversification. In regards to Equatorial Guinea, this is something that we have been working since we adopted our National Economic and Development Plan. As you know, we are an oil-dependent state, which is imperative for us to diversify our economy. In the areas of fisheries, agriculture, and mainly tourism, because we have a strong potential in those areas. However, due to this pandemic of COVID-19, this is a challenge for us to continue to implement these areas in order to be diversified. Furthermore, 2 years ago, we hosted third National Economic Conference in Equatorial Guinea. We also emphasized for us to diversify our economy, which is, as I said, is a strong message that we want to send that Equatorial Guinea is almost ready to diversify in those areas that have been I've mentioned before.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Minister. That was very clear. Idris Linge of Agence Ecofin, you want to ask your question to the UN Under-Secretary General and Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Africa. I have granted you speaking rights. Please go ahead.
Hello, Abel?
Yes, I can hear you 5 on 5, and the Executive Secretary of ECA is listening.
Yeah, thank you so much, Abel, for granting me the right to ask a question, Ms. Songwe. I would like to bring her back to this topic of SDR. She made a great announcement a couple of days ago, and it's a subject on which we've been working at Agence Ecofin. Namely, last year we wrote a story on it suggesting that rethinking the way the SDR can be allowed to the countries can be a great opportunity. I remember at that time people were still speaking again about arranging debts. So my question to Ms. Songwe, if she may allow it, at this level of discussions, which amount of SDR are we talking about for African countries? How many in terms of dollars will be needed by those countries so that they can fulfill the financial resources that they want? And then the second question is, how do African countries intend to use this opportunity? Because while investigating last year on this topic, we have realized that the SDR can be made available for those countries, but the best way of using them will be to be channeled through a multilateral development bank like AFDB. So do you think channeling those SDR through AFDB can be something which is very relevant? Thank you so much.
Thank you for your question, and that's a very important question. Listen, we are asking for the SDRs, as you would probably seen in your studies, because we would like to increase Africa's access to liquidity. Today, we are asking for SDRs in the order of 500 billion to 650 billion SDRs. This translates and the prevailing exchange, US exchange rate, to somewhere between 460 US dollars to 550 billion US dollars. So, of course, the SDRs when get transformed depending on either the US, the UK, or the euro interest rates. Exchange rates. So somewhere between 500 to 650 billion SDRs will translate into somewhere between 450 billion to 550 billion US dollars. Question number one. I think, what does Africa get? If we're talking about somewhere in the other of 500 billion SDRs, Africa will get 25.6 billion of those. And if we are at the upper limit of 650, it will be somewhere around the 2 billion SDRs that we get. And so, of course, the conversation is, because the SDRs, as you know, are being allocated by a quota system, Africa does not get a lot. As you can see, 500 release, Africa will get 256. So what we are asking for is an on-lending of SDRs from the advanced economies. So if you take the example of just the G7 countries, the 7 countries of the G7 will get 217 billion SDRs, right? If you throw in 32 billion SDRs from China, then we are talking about somewhere in the order of 250 billion SDRs for the G7 plus China. So essentially what we are trying to say is all of these countries have already given themselves a fiscal stimulus, so they do not need immediately additional access to the SDR. So the ask that we have from Africa is that these SDRs get put at the disposition of the African countries, either through the IMF Poverty Reduction and Growth Trust, which will then allow the IMF to be able to provide more resources to low-income countries, not just African countries, but across the globe. The second request that we're making is that the SDRs be used to help countries access the markets better and faster. Remember that 40% of Africa's capital for financing its development comes from the markets, which means Eurobond issuances or commercial bank borrowings. However, when we go to the markets, the cost of borrowing is quite high. Now, today we're talking about negative interest rates in a lot of the developing countries, but when Benin goes to the markets, they're paying 6.85. So what we would like to see is when Benin, Ivory Coast, Egypt, Morocco go to the markets, that they're paying much lower rates. And so essentially, what we are hoping is that we can use these SDRs to crowd in more financing and lower the cost of financing. A third option that we're proposing is that some of the SDRs be used to ensure that Africa can purchase all the vaccines that it needs. As you know, today, the COVAX facility is providing Africa with somewhere in the order of about 27% of the vaccines that it needs. We need to vaccinate 60 to 70% of our populations to get to herd immunity. The cost of vaccines can be quite expensive, somewhere in the order for some countries of 15 to 20% of their GDP. So you can also use that. But most importantly, the reason why the SDRs become very important is for two reasons. One, they go to everybody. Reallocation of the SDRs allow for countries that had good macroeconomic fundamentals before the crisis to continue to access markets and continue to grow. And what we have seen during this crisis is that middle-income countries have not been supported as much as they should be, and the SDRs will also allow that. Who can use the SDRs? The SDRs can only go to, as of now, can only go to some directed institutions. Yes, I think the African Development Bank is on that list, the World Bank, the IMF, and others. But we're actually pushing that we expand the list a little bit so that, maybe other development banks can have access to the SDRs. The Afri-Exim Bank is one example of a development bank that can do that. there is what has been launched by the Agence Française de Développement, an association now called Finance en Commun that works with the country development banks. And we're hoping that maybe the SDRs can support the Finance en Commun initiative, which brings together global emerging market development banks to support private sector investment.
Okay, please, madam, let me come again. You exposing us the old framework
Idris,
that has
Idris, sorry, I'll have to cut you short there, Idris, because we are running out of time. We have basically just 3 minutes to go, so we'd like to give the opportunity to others to ask questions, Idris. We can
Abel, thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Somewhere. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yes, Idris. Thanks. So let me turn now to Agathe Aline from Journal Intégration. Agathe Aline is asking to read a question pretty quick, Executive Secretary. In French, she said that she's talking about the African Continental Free Trade Area and says l'Afrique a toujours été, à mon humble avis,
Africa.
Un rapport présenté par M. Stephen Karingi de la CE a conclu que la traîne au niveau du commerce.
A report presented by Karingi, Africa is still behind. That is why the AFCFTA that has been implemented since 1st January is lauded. Do you think that we can really grow intra-African trade? Or do you think that we will have more protectionist?
D'accord. Bon, écoute, passe-moi la dame qui est là, s'il te plaît.
S'il vous plaît, si vous ne parlez pas, veuillez éteindre.
Please switch off your microphone if you don't have the floor. So, Madam Executive Secretary, Madam Agathe Aline from Journal Intégration is asking whether with the AFCFTA, won't our markets be invaded by Chinese products? Someone seems to have their microphone on. Someone needs to switch off his microphone. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Agathe, for that question. We do have rules of origin, and the AFCFTA requires that all the products that will circulate have to at least be 90% coming from the continent. So we will not get the continent overwhelmed with products from the US and China. AFCFTA will promote African value chains. I always use a jeans trouser as an example. We produce cotton in Cameroon, Chad, Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. And this cotton is usually exported to China, and then it's processed in China into cloth. The cloth is brought back to Ethiopia, and Ethiopia will make jeans that are exported to the US. So can you imagine if cotton from the Sahelian region is processed on the continent in Ghana or Cote d'Ivoire and then exported to Ethiopia, where the jeans will be made. So we created value and employment on the continent. So at the heart of the AFCFTA is to ensure that we increase value add on African processed products and also to reduce exporting raw materials. So we hope to have more processing and value addition on the continent and then promote intra-African trade, which only represents about 20%, whereas in Europe and Asia, it is at 75% intra-continental trade. And then finally, we also have a big market, which will increase local demand. But that is why we need to diversify, because we cannot trade amongst ourselves if we all produce cotton. So ECA is working with 20 countries to come up with national competitive strategies such that each country will understand the most competitive value chains, and they can work on them so as to create more employment.
I think all effort have been deployed by our friends, international community, international organizations that, such as the CPLP, is welcome. So we appreciate their efforts. It's not a small contribution. I know that other countries have done a bigger effort, but we don't count in terms of quantity. We count as we said, it's only when you have a tragedy, such as the one that we had in Bata during the 7th of March, is when you know who are your real friends. So just to respond to the questions, we really appreciate the aid that have been put together by this institution.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. I would like to apologize to my collaborators from many other media organizations that we did not have enough time for this, but please do direct your questions to us. You can send your questions to akara, as it's pronounced, at un.org. It's as easy as that, AKARA, and I'll channel them to either the minister or the UN Under-Secretary General and Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Africa. So we want to thank you very much for being there. It was a rather very brief press conference to enable you to go away with some take-home messages from the Conference of Ministers. The Minister of Finance, Economy and Planning of Equatorial Guinea harped on the points that diversification, digitization, and the promotion of human capital will be very important moving forward to build forward better from COVID-19. The UN Under-Secretary General and Executive Secretary of ECA answered some questions concerning worries about Africa's economies being swamped by goods from elsewhere, for instance, China, and she said no, rules of origins will take care of that. She also addressed spatial drawing rights questions and said that according to the architecture now, Africa is not getting enough, and we want more for Africa, and especially the developed countries who have got much more can help by deviating some of their SDRs in countries, and that the African Development Bank can stand as the institution providing good offices for this. So that will be it for our pretty brief press conference this morning. I thank you all for being there. I thank you, Mr. Minister of Finance, Economy and Planning from Equatorial Guinea. I thank you, the UN Under-Secretary General and Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Africa for being there. I thank you especially our members of the press for following up very keenly on this 53rd session of the Economic Commission for Africa. The second and final day of the ministerial segment continues straight away. So I'd like to say thank you for being there, and I hand over the platform to Ms. Lerato Mbele to continue with proceedings. Thank you and bye-bye.
Thank you very much, and thank you for an insightful press conference. that really deliberated on the issues of yesterday. So, Your Excellencies, the Honourable Ministers of Finance, Economy and Planning, the newly elected members of the Bureau, the session chair, the executive secretary of the UNECA, and the leadership indeed of the UNECA, the secretariat, for this 53rd session of the Conference of Ministers of Finance, Economy and Planning, all protocol observed. My name is Lerato Mbele, and it gives me the greatest pleasure to welcome you to this second day of deliberations and the third plenary in which we are speaking about the all-important issue of rolling out vaccines, but more importantly, funding and manufacturing them. Now, yesterday, a lot of issues were dealt with regards to the state of the world as a result of the spread of COVID-19. We heard about the importance of debt management on the African continent, budget support, and also the need for interventions that lead to liquidity. And we've also heard Vera Songwe reiterating some of those points. In this session, we're going to reflect on some of these issues when we take the question of vaccine rollout to a new dimension. The issue is budget support, liquidity, and debt management. Could this package of interventions work in such a way that African countries can not just afford to buy vaccines, but also to manufacture them as well? Let me take this opportunity to thank the session chair, the Honourable Valentine Elame, for leading and guiding us at this 53rd session, and for all the interventions that will be made as well. Now, we have invited a distinguished and esteemed group of speakers who have worked at the coalface of healthcare, international development, and pharmaceutical manufacturing to share their insights, especially the lessons learned in the last year, trying to manage a crisis in real time, really flying by the seat of their pants, and understanding what the needs are at ground level, what the plans are in terms of at the policy level, and what the opportunities are for funding and financing and manufacturing a homegrown vaccine. Let me introduce you to our panelists who will be answering this question: is Africa ready to finance its own vaccine? Our lead speaker who will be setting the tone for us is none other than Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, who is the Director General of the World Health Organization. Thank you so much, sir, for your time and for setting the tone for us in this all-important discussion. Responding to him after his address will be Winnie Danyebe, who is the Executive Director of UNAIDS. We will also have Professor Benedict Orama, who is the President of the Afro-Exim Bank, bringing in a perspective from the development finance institutions. They'll be joined by Jose Sele Dalaguli, who's the Honorable Minister of Finance for the Democratic Republic of Congo. We'll also get a perspective from Sierra Leone when we hear from the Minister Francis Mustafa Kaikai, the Honorable Minister of Planning from Sierra Leone. We'll also have Dr. John Nkengasong, who is the Director for the African Center for Disease Control and Prevention. They've done a lot of work in collating the data that we'll be referring to as well in this conversation. There'll be interventions from the pharmaceutical companies, from business, the executives. There'll be Susan Silberman, who will be speaking on behalf of Pfizer. She's the global advisor there. And also Stravos Nicolaou, who's the group senior executive at the Aspen Pharmacare. And also we'll hear from the Posture Institute in Dakar, Senegal, when we get submission and intervention from Amadou Sall. Without ado, ladies and gentlemen, let us now give the virtual floor to Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus, the Director General of the World Health Organization. And sir, can you answer for us, is Africa ready to fund its own vaccine?
Thank you, Lerato. Very nice to meet you again. Your Excellency, Minister Yala Huli, and Your Excellency Minister Kaikai, and my friend, President of Afro-Exim Bank, Benedict, and also my colleagues, Winnie, John, Excellencies, dear colleagues and friends. My thanks to the Economic Commission for Africa for inviting me to share some thoughts with you today. Your discussions have shown that health is ultimately a political choice. The development of vaccines against the COVID-19 virus in record time has given the world reason for hope. But it must be hope for all, not only for some. As I have said before, no one is safe until we're all safe. That's not a slogan, but a hard reality. As long as the virus keeps circulating widely, it will mutate. The only way to keep this from happening is to distribute vaccines equitably to all countries. No country can vaccinate its way out of the pandemic, not even the wealthy ones. The most effective and strategic way to suppress transmission and save lives globally is by vaccinating health workers and the most vulnerable people in all countries, rather than the entire populations of just a few countries. But even with the vaccines, we still have a long road ahead. Intense transmission is ongoing and is putting enormous pressure on health systems, societies, and economies. Disparities in coverage will only further slow global and regional recoveries. Trade, travel, and tourism have all been disrupted by the pandemic. That hurts industry, businesses, large and small, and those who work in the informal sector. According to the World Bank, for every month that vaccines are delayed in reaching the African continent, $13.8 billion are lost in GDP. The fastest way to get our societies and economies back on track is vaccine equity. We have seen how African countries that rely on imports are particularly vulnerable to timely access to essential health products during the pandemic. Ultimately, Africa needs to be able to meet its own needs for vaccines and other essential health products. That means financing local manufacturing capacity, comprehensive regulation, and sustainable supply chains. Much of this is already being discussed and planned for, such as today's meeting, and I will go into detail about that in a bit. First, I wanted to briefly lay out the efforts we're making to bridge the gap in vaccine equity in the COVID-19 pandemic. Last year, at the beginning of the crisis, we formed a broad international coalition to launch the Access to COVID-19 Tools Accelerator, including the COVAX vaccines pillar. It has two aims: to develop vaccines, medicines, and diagnostics fast and distribute them fairly. We have made progress on the first, and now we're tackling the second. We now have vaccines, but production badly needs to be scaled up. To overcome this bottleneck, but companies should share intellectual property, know-how, and data with other qualified vaccine manufacturers, including in Africa. Some sharing has begun, as we have seen with Johnson & Johnson, but that sharing so far has been predicated on exclusive agreements and individual company prerogatives, not public health. Conditions are still restrictive and do not allow wide scale up, in particular for low and middle income countries. WHO has established the COVID Technology Access Pool, known as CTAP, to accelerate the development and manufacturing of products needed to fight COVID-19, including vaccines, and remove barriers to accessing these products. The fact is, we're not taking advantage of existing manufacturing capacity. Many countries already have this capacity and can start producing their own vaccines if intellectual property rights are waived under the TRIPS agreement, as proposed by South Africa and India to the World Trade Organization. WHO welcomes this proposal. The TRIPS agreement was designed to allow for flexibility on intellectual property rights in the case of emergencies like this one. Now is the time to use this emergency provision. The COVID-19 pandemic has underscored the critical gap in vaccine manufacturing in Africa as a whole. While Africa represents 16% of the world's population, it represents 0.1% in the world's vaccine production. It's important to note that vaccine manufacturing can be done in stepwise approach, not waiting for full manufacturing capacity, but starting even with fill and finish chips. Then it can grow to full manufacturing capacity. The examples of South Africa shows that existing facilities can be repurposed to expand capacity for full-scale production. Other countries can do the same. Increasing local production capacities in Africa could improve equitable access to COVID-19 vaccines and over the long term, and expand global manufacturing capacity. Strengthening local capacity to produce safe, effective, and affordable products requires a strategic, holistic approach to business, regulatory, and technical issues. Government commitment and sustainable financing are key to success. And I can't stress more on this because you're finance ministers and you know it. Of course, making any of this work requires local expertise in research and development, vaccine production, quality assurance, and clinical development. Training is essential, and this is one area where international partners can help. WHO organized the first virtual training marathon on current good manufacturing practice last year. About 40 African countries registered for this training marathon, and over 1,000 manufacturers, regulators, government institutions, and other stakeholders attended each week. Regional initiatives are already bearing fruit. I commend the Africa Union's vaccine readiness work through the African Vaccine Acquisition Task Team, under the leadership of His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, the President of South Africa. WHO is also working with the African Union to establish the African Medicines Agency. The AMA will give the region the ability to regulate medical products, enhance regulatory oversight, and facilitate access to safe, efficacious, and affordable medical products across the continent. I call on all African countries to ratify the treaty so that AMA can enter into force. But not only technical support, WHO is ready to give financial catalytic funding to Africa Medicines Agency. We need no additional proof of the importance and urgency of the Africa Medicines Agency than the present crisis, which has again reinforced the need for equitable access to vaccines and therapeutics. WHO also works with the African Vaccine Manufacturing Initiative, which works with the private sector and the academic institutions to create an enabling environment for vaccine manufacturing with the participation of 12 African countries. Excellencies, I would like to leave you with 3 requests which are essential for supporting the research, development, and production of homegrown vaccines in Africa. First, we urge you to support the proposal by South Africa and India for intellectual property waivers at the World Trade Organization. Second, we urge you to ratify the treaty for the Africa Medicines Agency and establish AMA as soon as possible. You have seen the difference that the Africa CDC made after its establishment. Africa needs its own institution. And third, we urge you to invest in local manufacturing out of the national manufacturing policy. Ultimately, the lesson we must learn from this pandemic is that health is not a luxury. It is a fundamental human right and the foundation of social, economic, and political stability. Thank you once again, and I look forward to a productive discussion. I thank you and look forward to hearing from you and learn from you. Thank you so much.
Thanks to you, Dr. Tedros. Thank you not just for the insights you shared, for the knowledge you've provided this morning, but also for your stewardship of the world in an unprecedented crisis. Thank you very, very much for taking the time to be with us and for reminding us that provision of vaccines is fundamentally a human right. I recall you saying recently in a media interview that the inability to ensure that all people in the world can access a vaccine is tantamount to a moral catastrophe. As we now invite our other esteemed speakers to respond and share their insights, it would be remiss of me not to acknowledge the Honorable Abdurrahman bin Bouzid, who is the Honorable Minister of Health, Population and Health Reform in Algeria, who will also share his insights with us as to the interventions that have been made in Algeria and indeed in North Africa as we gain a perspective cross-continentally. For now, though, I'd like to give the virtual floor to Winnie Ganyema, who is the Executive Director of UN AIDS. And may I just say this to you, Winnie Ganyema, the world has seen many, many crises, and 20 years ago, it was finding some kind of treatment for HIV and AIDS. We've moved significantly in that direction, not yet a vaccine, but we've moved significantly in that direction. But what are some of the fundamental lessons that have been learned in the last 20 years, perhaps, that can be utilized this time around? The floor is yours, madam.
Thank you very much, Lerato, my sister. For ministers, distinguished panelists, and friends, I must start by congratulating ECA and my sister Vera for this invitation and for organizing this important conference. Your Ministers' Conference is a remarkable platform of unity and multilateralism. We are 1 year in this global pandemic, and vaccine apartheid is unfolding before us. We look helpless. A year on, there's no global plan to get COVID-19 vaccines to anyone who needs them. A global plan is not there to end this pandemic. I lead the United Nations Joint Program on AIDS. 25 years ago, the member states came together and put in place a plan and a strategy to end a pandemic like this one. But now we are failing. This is sad. Today, rich countries are vaccinating people at a rate of 1 person per second. Yet the majority of developing countries haven't administered even 1 single dose. As per last week, less than 1% of Africans had received a vaccine. And most of these were just in one country, Morocco. We're seeing rich countries angry with each other, tensions mounting because of a supply problem. We are all depending on a handful of pharma companies who can't produce enough for all of us. Vaccine science, which was publicly funded, is now held under lock and key when there are qualified manufacturers across the world, even here in Africa, who can help us to scale up that supply. It has to change. I am inspired by the ambition of Africa. I am inspired by the African Union, President Ramaphosa, the CDC led by John Kengasson, Africa Exim Bank, ECA, all of them coming together to set an example of global solidarity for the rest of the world. I congratulate them all. I regret that the ambition that has been set by Africa of 60% vaccination is not echoed at the global level. COVAX is welcome, but only aims to achieve 20%. Now we're here at 30% of people. I regret that rich countries and big pharma are standing in the way of sharing the vaccine science and know-how and are not putting it in WHO's CTAP, which Dr. Tedros has just told us here. I regret that African nations are having to pay double or 3 times the price of rich nations for the same vaccines. That's not good. I see that Pfizer is here today. I would want their representative to tell us when do they hope to share the technology and know-how, to tell us their plan to bring prices down and to make it fair and even for all countries, so that our countries don't go deeper in crisis. What needs to be done is exactly what Dr. Tedros has said. African leaders, yourselves, excellencies, should publicly, consistently voice your support for CTAP, that pool which is based on the medicine patent pool, which is helping us to end AIDS by putting treatment, ARVs, and making them available at low prices for all those who need them. Publicly voice support for the waiver proposal at WTO under TRIPS. Learn the lessons of HIV and COVID and finance investments. You must think about paying adequately for public health as an investment in the economy and security, and make it a priority in the budgets. Rapidly invest in science and technology. Create an environment to attract more investments in manufacturing capacity for health technologies. That means ratifying and establishing the African Medicines Agency and taking forward our Africa Free Trade Continental Agreement for the production of health technologies. Plan equitable recovery. Let the recovery prioritize marginalized people and let it be equal for men and women. I thank you so much. Those are the lessons from HIV/AIDS. Working to prioritize the most marginalized, putting communities at the center, and closing the inequalities that drive pandemics. Thanks, Lerato.
Thank you so much for reminding us that nobody should be left behind. Thank you for your interventions there, Winnie Byanyima. She also raised a series of other issues as well, learned from the management of the AIDS and HIV crisis in the past 22 years, and that is sharing of genetic codes, the building of technical capacity, and the budgeting. I think to this point, I'd like to invite Don Nkengaso, who is the director of the Center for Disease Control in Africa. Sir, can you paint a picture for us as to the existing capabilities on the ground in African countries to produce a vaccine? I read some research that says there are currently 30 countries that have the capability to do some sequencing. In other words, that have been able to uncover the different variants of COVID. So if they were given additional research, technology, and support, how much further could this work go towards actually creating a homemade vaccine?
Thank you so much, Lerato, for the kind introduction, and to colleagues who have already spoken, my brother, Dr. Tedros, and Sister Winnie, Dr. Songwe, for the invitation. Let me, perhaps before I go into the question you just asked, state that I fully endorse what Dr. Tedros and Winnie stated. The continent as a whole is ready to produce vaccines and is already producing vaccines for other things. I think we should not overstate the challenges that exist on the continent. I think we need a political will and a political commitment to transform those speeches that we all made into reality. We are privileged that on this panel we have Dr. Amadou Sarr, who is the director of the Pasteur Institute in Senegal, who is producing yellow fever vaccines. What does that mean in this conversation? It means that the whole know-how and the understanding and knowledge, technical assistance that is required is right there in Senegal. You have it in Egypt, in Morocco, Tunisia, of course, South Africa. So what we need to do is to build a coalition of the willing to say, let's get this done and get it done in phases, as Dr. Tedros has stated there. So I think we as a continent are at a pivotal point in our history to fight infectious diseases. We know that vaccine is the fundamental and underpinning of our health security on the continent. So we have to invest in that in a very deliberate manner. I'm very pleased that we are on this platform with ministers of health, ministers of finance. I'm used to dealing with ministers of health, ministers of finance, that they should see this as an opportunity for truly an investment, not a cost. And they should see this as the only way for economies to recover. If we do not do this, what will happen to our continent is the question that is in front of all of us. If we do not do this, we will move towards endemicity of this virus on the continent, and it's going to have a devastating effect going forward. We need to share the experiences from HIV/AIDS. I worked in HIV/AIDS for close to 30 years before transitioning. And we all remember with total awe and disbelief that in 1996, drugs against HIV/AIDS were available, and it would take 10 years before they were introduced and made available on the continent. And between 1996 and 2006, 12 million Africans died, and I'll add needlessly. And that bitter lesson should never occur again. In 2009, the H1N1 pandemic occurred, and the developing world, including Africa, only got vaccines when the developed world had finished vaccinating. I think that a lesson should really not repeat themselves again. Let me just say that there is one thing that I've learned from working with my public health experts. Professor Rama is on this platform, Dr. Vera Songwe, is the economics of doing this. That the ideas themselves are very important. They are doable. We have the know-how, the capacity to do that on the continent if we are supported to scale that up. But we need to recognize that this is truly an economic investment for our continent, that this is a health security investment for our continent, and we have to bring the right partnerships to bring this thinking, this discussion into reality. We have finished discussing it. Let's get the discussions behind us and move into action. On April 12, we will be convening a meeting at the African Union, chaired by His Excellency Moussa Faki, and of course, under the leadership of President Cyril Ramaphosa as the COVID champion for Africa, and President Tshisekedi as the African Union chair, to bring all the stakeholders together and say, how can we develop a roadmap with specific on how to develop vaccines for the continent? And I invite all of you to participate in that very important conversation. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute.
Thank you very much for meaningful contributions and for reminding us that there is a roadmap. There is some capacity on the ground despite some of the infrastructure challenges, and there is a plan and there's political will. This question for this particular panel is Africa ready to fund its own vaccine? I'd like to underscore the word fund. And by this, I'm going to introduce Professor Benedict Orama. So we've seen development finance institutions coming into the fray. We've seen the African Development Bank and the Afro-Exim Bank going to the bond markets to try to raise capital that would add to financial capacity for nations to, one, respond to the crisis economically at a fiscal level, but also now to make interventions in terms of procuring vaccines. Could you tell us how easy it has been or how difficult it has been to raise capital, and whether or not there is sufficient money for the financing of an African vaccine?
Well, thank you very much, Loreto. Let me also thank brother Dr. Tedros for joining us today. And also, I would like to express my deep appreciation to the Honorable Ministers of Finance, to our sister Vera for the invitation, my co-panelists, Winnie, John, and others who are here with us. The question you've asked me, Loreto, is, first of all, the way to look at it is like asking somebody whether we are ready to defend ourselves. Whether Africa is ready to finance vaccines is whether it's ready to defend itself. Because we've seen it is an existential problem. We've seen that not being able to control the source of something so important to our health security is so important to even our own self-respect. The way people look at us. And because of that, I don't think we have any choice about it. We have to do something. It's not a question, it's about whether we are ready, but it should be about whether how we should do it. Because saying whether you are ready means you do not understand the gravity of the situation you are in. And I must say that the COVID-19 taught us a few lessons. I must say also that the African Union responded in a very forceful way. But the problem we have with the COVID-19 are two-pronged. We have the problem of the short term. You have to procure vaccines first to be able to deal with the short-term impact of the pandemic. And then the longer term, we have to say, whatever put us in the situation we found ourselves today should never be allowed to happen again. And on the issue of the procurement, as you know, the African Union, under the auspices of President Ramaphosa, set up the Africa Vaccine Acquisition Task Team, with members, including myself, Joint Africa CDC, Striper CE1, ministers from a number of countries. And we've been able to negotiate some vaccines to complement what the COVAX facility is doing, and all in an attempt to meet the objective or the target set by the Africa CDC, that unless we vaccinated 60% of our people, we will not be able to come out of this pandemic. Africa will remain the capital of the pandemic. And what that would then mean, especially for economic ministers of finance, is that we will then have a widening of the development divide. Others will move ahead and we will continue to go back. So what we are trying to do at the Harvard was to see how we could bring Africa to 60%. Since the COVAX has gone from 20% to about 27 to 30%, that means that we need to find money to do the other 30%. And that is why Afreximbank approved $2 billion to be able to do this. And we did that knowing that it's not enough, but that we will serve as a platform for attracting other people to come with us to provide the additional $2 billion that is required to be able to achieve the 60%. And then we go to getting out of this situation in the future. Just as we bring together with regard to dealing with the immediate situation of procurement, we must be together to deal with the long term. And I think our brother Tedros mentioned three things we must do: the intellectual property rights waiver at the WTO, supporting AMA, and also investing in manufacturing. I must add a fourth one: continuing to strengthen the Africa CDC, because we've seen the role it has played so far. And with regard to financing the manufacturing of facilities, what I can tell you here is that nobody would do it for us. And it's good we're talking to finance ministers. We have to support our own institutions to be able to do that. Because if you look at the history of vaccine manufacturing anywhere, India, for example, you see how they were able to build those capacities. If you think that somebody will come from abroad to do it for you, that's a pipe dream. If you think that commercial banks will do it for you, that is a pipe dream. You need long-term financing, you need grants that will make it possible for the R&D research to be funded, for technology to be acquired, and for the facilities to be able to produce the way they need to produce. So all these are the things I have to say. For the finance ministers, I leave a message: please remember your institutions. Give more capital to your institutions to enable us restore our own dignity as Africans. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your intervention, Professor Benedict Orama, and it's encouraging to hear that money is being raised as we speak, how to build capacity in the fight against COVID-19. Susan Silberman, Global Advisor for Pfizer Biopharmaceuticals Group. I'd like to defer to you now. One, because Winnie Banyima raised a question posed to you, basically said, is there a possibility for information sharing? And we've seen it happen in the past in various other crises where pharmaceutical companies do release their genetic codes to enable generics to be generic medicines to be produced elsewhere in the case of a national emergency. So let's get a perspective from Pfizer. You've been doing a lot of work at the coalface, and you would know more than anybody else the kind of research and development and the funding of that research and development that's needed. However, given that this is an international catastrophe, what are the opportunities for partnerships?
Well, good morning, very early morning to everyone here from my home office in New York. It's lovely to be with you, honorable ministers of finance, of health, members of the multilateral organizations that I know so well. And thank you, dear Lorato, for moderating this very important session. I'd like to say it's really an honor to be a part of this session with my brothers and sisters in Africa. And it's something that I hold near and dear to my heart as part of a global pharmaceutical company that has been, as you said, Lorato, at the coalface of trying to help find solutions for this terrible global, unprecedented global health crisis in our time. We've all experienced COVID-19, both professionally and personally, and we know the devastation it has, not just on the health of our families and our friends, but also on the wealth and the economic well-being of the citizens of the world and all the economies that are represented here for Africa today. I actually led Pfizer's internal COVID-19 task force from the very beginning, after I came back from my own trip to China in January of 2020 and saw firsthand what was beginning to happen. And I can tell you through this year and change, it has changed the shape of the way we think about our responsibilities in the world and the way we think as a company about global health. We certainly have been very public as Pfizer about what we created was a 5-point plan last year to allow us to really try and tackle this pandemic and bring to bear all the skills and all the tools that we have. Let me just briefly highlight some of the things that we focused on that helped us bring to the world a safe and effective vaccine that we are in the process of rolling out globally, even as we speak. We included in that plan a more than $1 billion commitment of our own funding, not government funding, that we use to help develop the vaccine that many of you have heard about around the world. Our first and most important, and I think it speaks to some of the comments made by the honorable ministers, by Honorable Winnie, by everyone today, is sharing tools and insights. And we have been sharing our data and everything we've learned in public fora as quickly, and in scientific fora, most importantly, as quickly as possible, even in some cases before it was published, so that we made it available to researchers around the world as we learned more. We've certainly been doing something with our own internal resources. So we created early on a SWAT team of our best scientists, engineers, epidemiologists, clinicians, vaccine experts, pharmaceutical supply chain experts to help work not only within Pfizer, but with any company that has come to us from all around the world asking for our insights and our tools and our expertise. Drug development. Certainly as one of the leading manufacturers of vaccines, which is a smaller subset of the pharma industry than the broader that Winnie is probably used to with HIV/AIDS, we have said that we would allow any company to come to us to ask for insight on drug development and what it takes to do vaccine development, certainly on the kind of accelerated timeframe that we all have seen in the past year and a half. Fourth, our manufacturing capabilities. We have done capacity arrangements with some companies so that we could provide extra capacity, both for vaccines and therapeutics. And we've also been offered and taken some of that opportunity, as was mentioned by the Honorable DG Tedros, in terms of even fill finish, where we could have other companies that are experts in the field to help us increase our supply, which I'm proud to say we have announced we were able to increase it from 1 billion to over almost 2.5 billion doses within 2021. And then finally, looking at all of this in a prospective way, in terms of improving our future, our more rapid response. So making sure that as we are a partner in this global health crisis, that we stayed connected with organizations like WHO, like the CDC, both here and in Africa, the NIH, the NIAID in the United States, the European Medicines Agency, hoping for that wish that DG Tedros said in terms of the African Medicines Agency. And the fruits of our efforts, and I think this is probably to the point that was raised earlier, the fruits of our efforts, I think, were seen when the first shipment via COVAX arrived in Rwanda just about 3 weeks ago. And I can say happily to date, although they're not the numbers that I know everyone is looking for yet, we are on our way to vaccinating close to 500,000 Rwandans, focusing on the healthcare workers and the frontline workers that we talked about earlier. So yes, there are a lot of questions. There's certainly a lot of questions about intellectual property, about manufacturing capabilities, about building facilities. One thing I can tell you, and we can get into this later, I want to give other people the chance to talk, but these things take time. There's not a magic wand. There's not a snapping of the fingers. There's not just writing of a big check that it can allow anyone anywhere in the world to do the kind of manufacturing work that is required for vaccines, such as the one that Pfizer and BioNTech have jointly developed. That doesn't mean there aren't viable options to increase that ability over time. I have a great example, as was mentioned, of a wonderful partnership that Pfizer has had for many years with the Biovac Institute in South Africa, where we are working with them to transfer our technology. It is now in its 4th year of work, and we're still not completed yet, but we've upgraded and worked with them to upgrade their facilities, to upgrade and improve their technical expertise. And they are able to now produce almost completely a vaccine that is being used in South Africa for the South African children. So I know there's a path forward for this. I know it is not, it is a path, it is not a highway. So it takes twists and turns and time. But as a member of the pharmaceutical industry and the R&D based industry, I know we're all very interested in making sure that the world never sees a situation like this again. So I want to thank you, and I'll turn it back to you, Lorato, for your next speaker. Thank you all very much for the time today.
Thank you very much, Susan Silberman, and for talking us through the 5-point plan that you've introduced in this recent crisis, ultimately leading to more and more collaboration, essentially, is what you're saying. And thank you so much for joining us this early morning on your part of the world. I see our finance ministers nodding as our technical experts and executives speak. So it's time to hear what capacity there is on the ground. And I'm going to begin with the Honorable Minister of Planning from Sierra Leone, Francis Kaikai. Sir, you would know more than anybody else what it is to manage a crisis, or Sierra Leone would know more than anybody else what it is to manage a crisis devastating and how to come up with solutions. 6-7 years after Ebola, what lessons have you learned, and what can you share with us as we try to find solutions for COVID-19 and a vaccine?
Over the last 2 days, hello? You hear me now?
I can hear you, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, I just wanted to say thank you very much for a very rich conference so far. Many ideas have been put out there, and many of them, I think, really very relevant for Africa's survival, at this particular time. I'm also very thankful to my co-panelists. They've been great. I listened to them very carefully. I think they've all said the right things, and so on. I think is also quite interesting. We have interesting perspectives here. And of course, you mentioned Ebola. We had the Ebola experience at a time when nobody knew what to do, and now suddenly we have a pandemic. So it's been a challenge. And I think the impact of this COVID-19 crisis is now very well known to many people. It has impacted on the health systems. We feel very challenged. Our economies are under stress. Livelihoods have been impacted, and we see growing inequality in society. And now, straight to the point, we all agree that that vaccine is critical to a sustainable solution. But I also want to be very clear on this, that, from all the solutions proffered so far, it's very clear that we are looking at short-term, medium-term, long-term solutions. And some of the solutions I've heard are more like medium to long-term solutions. And since we are in the pandemic right now, we more should be looking at the short term. What do we do immediately to get out of this, whilst looking at the longer term? And I think this is the perspective that I bring here, because, again, we see Africa being dependent on the rest of the world for solutions. And we've seen that signal in a very challenging specter of problems for us. So now, from the point of view of Sierra Leone, it's a small country relatively in Africa, and managing the crisis in Sierra Leone will be important. I mean, we've always tried to also throw out important lessons from the way we manage things here. But clearly, we have problems, short-term problems with domestic revenue generation. We know that has been severely hit by the crisis, and we are the rest of the world to support us with the vaccines. And we have had a consignment of vaccines, just under 300,000 doses from China and the AstraZeneca vaccines from India. Now, rolling this out also is an issue. We're going to learn lessons from there because, we're going to undertake vaccine rollout in a way that it's never been done yet. And we've got to deal with the logistics involved in that, supply chain management, cold chain management, ability to administer large-scale vaccination campaigns, and so on. So there are challenges on the ground, clearly, with all of these. And these are really very short-term challenges. Another short-term challenge is the issue of public trust. We have the issue of our population that are very wary of vaccine for, a virus that they've not seen in many areas of Sierra Leone, what the COVID-19 is. And the question is, how do you vaccinate them against something they don't know much about? So there is need for greater public education on the vaccine itself. There is some reticence in some areas. And even though I think the rollout plan has included health workers and also the political class, just to send the right signal to everybody that, in fact, this is a very safe vaccine and so on and so forth. But they need to conduct public education campaigns to facilitate understanding of the vaccine, dealing with misinformation, dealing with disinformation, especially in the rural areas, is imperative. And that's the reality. Now, in terms of I want to dwell on the short term. The way we have dealt with this also is to make sure we collaborate with our international partners. And the partnership has gone really very well so far with bilateral, multilateral institutions, obviously the lead here. And, and we are really very thankful that there has been cooperation around, because it's a global disease, it's a global virus, a global challenge. So everyone has been here. And, no less a person than the president himself, President Bio of Sierra Leone, has actually led the task force, to manage this crisis, and working very closely with our international partners, including diplomatic missions here in Sierra Leone. They've assisted us very greatly, financially, logistically, even in terms of supplies and so on and so forth. So I think it's important to take note that in the short term, we need this kind of collaboration. And in Africa, the lesson there is we have to work very closely together in West Africa helping to assist our countries. And this kind of collaboration is needed. Obviously, why is to look long term for the solutions out there through the African Union and the regional organizations. And all those efforts mentioned are definitely in place. But in the short term, this collaboration is what has helped us greatly so far. Now, in terms of financing for this vaccine, it's going to be a challenge equally. And there's going to be need for political will, strong political will to do so. And I think, if Africa has never really coordinated before, this is the time that coordination is really imperative, a more integrated approach, to solving this particular problem. And this is where our continental leaders are really charged with that responsibility to bring us all together to see how we can really address it, because no one country can really solve this problem. And like Dr. Tedros said, from WHO, no one is really safe until everyone is safe, and at the end of the day, in the African continent, this is even more true. We have to make sure we come together to solve this and to ensure that we don't remain the continent that is lagging far behind, in terms of dealing with this. So to summarize quickly, in terms of moving forward, I believe that we should be looking at the short term, first of all, what we need to do now that the pandemic is with us. And then we can now also be preparing for the medium to long-term solutions. And this is where our continental leaders really should be ready to help to provide leadership in this particular area. Thank you very much.
Thanks to you, Honorable Minister Francis Kaikai, and also for reminding us that, it's good to plan long-term, but as the saying goes, the future is a mystery. The present is a gift. We must take advantage of the opportunities before our eyes right now. I know that you are short of time and you will be leaving soon, Winnie Banyima from UNAIDS. I just want to say, from what you've heard so far, are you encouraged that there is political will, that there are efforts to fund capacity on the ground, infrastructure, science, research, technology, that there can be collaboration with pharmaceuticals the world over?
Thank you, Lerato. Absolutely, there is political will on our continent, and that is the exciting bit, that we are doing all the right things, coming together, having a plan, speaking out together, sharing our learnings and our lessons, learning from HIV. But what is missing is really the leadership from the rich countries and their pharmaceutical companies. I have to be very frank there, that is what is missing. We need to maximize global supply. We can't depend on just a handful of companies monopolizing their knowledge. We need to ensure fair allocation based on public health, not countries' abilities to pay. All companies with the potential capacity should be enabled to produce vaccines. This happens in all crises, whether war or health crises. You just need to save lives, do everything possible to save lives, and profits come later. So we do need to waive intellectual property. We need rich countries to pressure their companies, they paid with their public money, to share their technology know-how, and then we will have enough supplies and end this artificial scarcity. Africa is capable, and I'm so proud to be on this platform with African leaders who have shown that capability. Thank you so much, Lerato.
Thank you, Winnie Byanyima, Executive Director of UNAIDS, and thank you always for being candid and reminding us that we must stay the course and hold all those in authority, hold their feet to the fire. As we reflect on conditions on the ground, the learnings of ministers who are working in the midst of the crisis in real time, I'd like to invite the Honorable Minister of Finance from the Democratic Republic of Congo, because here is a country that has suffered the perils of quite a few varied pandemics, Ebola, malaria, dengue fever, many tropical diseases. And yet here is a nation that has substantial resources it can tap into towards the financing some of the solutions we are talking about in the form of a vaccine. So over to you, Jose Sele Yalaguli.
Oh, thank you very much, Lerato. And first of all, I'd like to thank Mrs. Vera Songwe, my former colleague at the World Bank. I know her ambition to bring Africa in a new way of thinking about her development, the development of the country. For the rest, I will start to continue in French.
Unfortunately, the speaker is broken. The interpreter can't hear him.
I think we're experiencing a slight technical problem. I've been told that speaker's microphone has broken down and the interpreter can't hear him. So whilst we sort out that technical problem, I'm going to invite the Honorable Minister of Algeria, the Honorable Abdurrahman Ben Bouzizi, to join us now. And please, sir, if you tell us some of the experiences at the coalface managing this crisis in Algeria. It's one of the fastest growing African nations, African economies, and we know that so much can be done in terms of resource mobilization that we can learn from the Algerian case.
Merci beaucoup. D'abord, bonjour.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. I'd like to bid you a warm welcome on behalf of my country. Like the rest of the planet, Algeria has also been affected by COVID. First case in March of last year. And then we reached our peak in July and then again in November of 2020. Like other countries, Algeria signed up to COVAX, signed on the 11th of December 2020. COVAX is going to provide 20% of vaccinations based on the scenarios that have been drawn up. We've opted for a 70% vaccination rate. So that's 20 million people to be vaccinated. And so we need to procure 40 million vaccines. So we've been going through COVAX, but we've also approached suppliers. We started vaccinated on the 20th of January. We've received over 200,000 vaccinations or vaccines. We started by vaccinating health workers and those who are in contact with people, for example. And we also have vaccinated people over the age of 60, people with underlying diseases as well. And people can sign up directly with accredited health centers. And we've also set up a digital platform where you can sign up. And we've started to call those people who've signed up. This has been difficult to set up, but people are starting to get used to it. And now we have, we're getting clear statistics about the number of people who have been vaccinated so far. The president did this, and that has enabled us to contain the virus, because we have fewer than 100 cases per day, and we have over 100 sites carrying out antibody and PCR tests. So fewer than 100 cases per day. Obviously, not everybody comes to get tested. And our death rate is very low at the moment. We carry out a test post-mortem that enables us to see whether that person may have died from COVID or not. That enables us to protect our population with a view to the burial of that person. So we have used vaccination in the past very successfully. We've got around 8,000 sites that can carry out vaccinations because they have done so in the past. We have received vaccinations that don't pose any problems in terms of storage or transportation. We've also received vaccinations that have to be stored at minus 18 to minus 70 degrees. So those can only be used for a limited period of time. And therefore, for example, for the Pfizer vaccines, we clearly identified transportation chains so that we don't lose any of those vaccines. In the media, we did a lot of communication on vaccines. Some people are reticent, of course. Some people seem to think that the situation is over. Sometimes you see that when the number of cases go down, people stop wearing their masks, for example. So our approach is to vaccinate little by little, but of course we have the same fears as in Europe, so we are being very vigilant, very cautious. So this is a global threat. Algeria hasn't escaped this. I don't know when the borders will be opened, but this will happen at some juncture. And obviously, we have to brace ourselves for the consequences of this virus. Apart from hygiene measures, the main solution is the vaccine. We were supposed to receive several 100,000 vaccines in the last few weeks. Unfortunately, there have been delays, so we're trying to reassure our people, and we hope to get these vaccines very, very soon. So obviously, we're working together with our African partners. We're looking at what's happening globally. We have a scientific council, a scientific committee, which is looking at the global data on a regular basis so that we can set up and establish a strategy that best protects our population. Only international solidarity and African solidarity will enable all African countries to procure vaccines. We have no budget limits when it comes to the vaccine. The president has said this very clearly. We're going to put our hands in our pockets and spend the money. The vaccines are either fully subsidized or almost fully subsidized. So the situation is fairly calm at the moment, but we are remaining vigilant. Things can change overnight, of course, but Algeria obviously is sharing its information with all its African partners with a view to finding a long-term solution for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to you, Honorable Minister Abdurrahman Ben Bouzid, also for sharing with us some of the challenges of just rolling out not just the vaccine, but just the health protocols on the ground and the misinformation that exists around vaccines. It's not just an Algerian problem, it's a problem that's quite widespread, where people simply don't believe in the efficacy and the safety of these vaccines. At this point, I'd like to see if we can get a response from the Director General of the World Health Organization on the clock to roll out the vaccines, to make sure that they are, we've been told, not today, but we've been told that nearly 90% effective, and just to make sure that the people who need it the most can access the Pfizer vaccine, but the world is asking for more and more. From what you've heard, Dr. Tedros, if you can turn on your camera, if you're still with us, are you encouraged by the response from Pfizer, and what would you implore them to do? Seemingly, Dr. Tedros is not there. We will try to see if we can get him back. May I ask if John Nkengasong from the Center for Disease Control is also with us, because I cannot see him on the camera. I just merely know that he is still logged on. Dr. John Nkengasong, are you there? Absolutely.
I'm
so
here.
Perhaps you can also answer this question in terms of people wanting the Pfizer vaccine, wanting it as soon as possible. And secondly, what we're hearing from the minister in Algeria is that, despite all the public campaigns, people are not necessarily wanting to wear their masks. They don't necessarily believe in the safety of all vaccines on the market. There's a lot of misinformation. How can that be corrected? And how can we sort out this issue of reticence?
So let's start with the second part of your question with respect to the vaccines that are on the market. I think let me assure our audience that all vaccines that have gone through the World Health Organization pre-qualification process and or the African Union / Africa CDC's process are considered very safe. And that we as a continent have put in place a task team, a regulatory body to begin to look at other alternatives of reviewing vaccines for its safety and efficacy. And that process is ongoing and is active. And it's really an African approach to fast tracking the vaccines. All of this is to ensure that the vaccines that will be used on the continent are safe and that they are effective. I think that is one. Everyone could really be assured that we have mechanisms that are providing and enabling us to watch your back with respect to the safety of vaccines. I would just further add that if the Pfizer vaccine was here today, I'll be the first person to go get my vaccine. And I'll also be using it, recommending it if the vaccines were here, Susan, to actually use it to vaccinate our Africa CDC responders. It's a very good vaccine and has shown that it can really create almost an immediate effect in respect to responding to the pandemic. We, as Africa CDC, conducted a large-scale perception survey across the continent. That was months ago in anticipation of the fact that we may be running into issues of vaccine hesitancy. And we found, we were very encouraged with what we found, that the rate of acceptance of vaccines as per that study, indicated that about 60% of the population to 95%, depending on the country, were willing to take a vaccine. Now, we don't know what the situation is today. That was a snapshot that was done about 4 months ago, and we will be happy to repeat that regularly. But my take is that as vaccines become available and people are taking the vaccines on the continent, they will realize that the vaccines have not hurt anyone, and that the movement will shift from, and many more people will be gearing up to receiving their vaccines. I think we should interpret what we are seeing, the hesitancy, in the right context, that this is all about human behavior trying to react to unknowns. That we all know that vaccines in the history of infectious diseases have offered the best solution to fight any infectious diseases. I think personally, some of us, all of us on this call have received more than 10 vaccines in order to be alive today. So I think I urge anyone to reach out for a vaccine that has been approved through either the WHO, Africa CDC, or the African Union process. So with respect to equity of vaccines, I think let me say this. I think in 1963, Dr. Martin Luther King described the challenges of the civil rights movement as the fierce urgency of now. There is no other time that I think that expression is valid than it is today. I think we are faced with a fierce urgency of now to introduce vaccines in Africa at scale. And there is absolutely no room for vaccine diplomacy. I think we should be aligning to the African Union's 60% target, at least 60% target to immunize our population so that we get rid of this terrible pandemic. Otherwise, we are moving slowly towards endemicity of this virus on the continent, and it will be extremely extremely difficult for us to get rid of this virus if we do not get to our 60% by the end of 2022. So it's really an appeal that all hands on deck. Let's not sequence our vaccination and say that we finish vaccinating in some parts of the world and Africa gets its vaccine. Africa is too big to fail. 1.3 billion people, 55 member states. The time is now to really follow through, build the right partnerships and coalitions to meet our target by the end of 2022. Thank you.
Absolutely, forthright. Minister of Finance from the Democratic Republic of Congo, Seleya Lagole, you dropped off there. We see you now. You were sharing your insights. Please continue, sir.
Madame Lerato, encore une fois
Mrs. Lerato, thank you very much for handing back to me. We had a technical hitch, so apologies. As I was saying, there are institutional responses that have been established. Heads of states have set up structures that monitor epidemics and diseases on the African continent. So policies and institutions as well, which have been set up, as you said. Last year, there was a meeting of heads of state of the African continent looking at how to overcome the pandemic, including vaccinations. Obviously, I'm a finance minister, not a health minister. There are problems when it comes to financing vaccines. In our country, for example, we have received around 1.7 million doses of AstraZeneca. As our Algerian colleague said, there are still problems when it comes to overcoming reticence towards vaccines. But we have 80 million people. It's a huge country as well, so we have few things at the moment, and financing is going to be an issue. And in 2020, obviously, pretty much all African countries have experienced an economic recession. Lower budgets, fewer tax revenues. So we have to reinforce the macroeconomic framework, which is also important, as is health. We've also had inflation issues as well. So we have to come up with innovative solutions. So I think that our traditional partners have to help us out. The World Bank has already launched a number of projects to work together with laboratories and research laboratories, which could work together with the CDC. And also we need bilateral agreements in order to help African countries so it can develop vaccines, because without vaccines, our economies are going to continue to experience issues. So this is an important year for us. We need more funds in order to relaunch our economies. And beyond political and institutional issues, we really have to look at the financing of research. The former president of the African Commission, Paul Kagame, set up a mechanism to finance the African Union. It was a levy based on customs duties to be used or to be injected into research and into production. There have also been other initiatives in Morocco and South Africa. So there are political and institutional solutions. So we need financing with the help of our partners, the African Development Bank, and also our bilateral partners. so that we can meet our urgent need for vaccines, and also so we can stabilize African economies and in order to relaunch them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to you, Honorable Minister of Finance from the DRC, also for reminding us why multilateralism is important, and also that there's different ways to have syndicated finance towards funding of the vaccine and the facilities thereof. Before I go to our other speakers on the floor, that would be Stravos Nicolaou and also Amadou Sall, I'd like to just refer back to you, Susan Silberman. There's a question here from Edwin Ikorio, and he says, is Pfizer considering joining CTAP if this would expand access of the COVID vaccine tech for the African continent? Would you consider a mechanism such as that?
Comment on CTAP because I'm not as familiar with it as some of our honorable speakers today, but I do know that Pfizer has said and continues to say that we will look at all the viable options presented to us that would allow expanded access to our vaccine. I think what's important to remember is we're not talking about the recipe to make a cake. We're talking about something that's much more complex and must be done with the highest level of safety and security to address all the issues that we've been hearing about today in terms of hesitancy and concern about safety and efficacy. But again, I'd reiterate that as a company, we continue to commit ourselves to look at all viable options that will continue to increase access to this vaccine.
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to defer to Stravos Nicolaou, if you could turn his camera on. Stravos Nicolaou represents Aspen Pharmacare in South Africa. He's one of the executive directors there. Stravos, we've heard a lot that there is some capacity on the African continent to produce a vaccine, that there are many pharmaceuticals that have been making all manner of treatment drugs on the continent, that the technology exists, the facilities exist, the manufacturing capability exists, there is some money. Yes, there have been some questions raised in general about sharing of technology and issues of safety. But in the full spectrum, what do you think African pharmaceuticals can do in launching a response for the COVID vaccine at this point in time?
Lerato, firstly, good morning or good afternoon, depending on what part of the world you're in. It's certainly good to see you again, Lerato, after some time. And may I also greet the Director General, all the honorable ministers on this call, and of course, fellow industry colleagues. I'm acutely aware that I'm speaking to a group of finance ministers, and I'd like to take a more practical approach in responding to your question, Lerato. And I think the starting point for me is, let's firstly acknowledge, as some have said earlier this year, in any part of the world right now, is to ramp up vaccinations. There is no better economic recovery strategy. The question, of course, becomes, how do we get an even distribution of vaccines globally? Because you can never hope to achieve herd immunity, which is the ultimate objective here, unless all parts of the world and every single country is at the desired level of vaccination in order to achieve that. Then we can start opening up the economies. It's a sad indictment on our continent, on the African continent, that we are a significant net importer of medicines and vaccines. We talk about this every year, of course, and the more the trade deficit worsens. I think the first step that we need to take here is a more practical step, because Susan Silberman is quite right. This is not a switch that you can turn on and off. It takes significant investment. It's taken Aspen a long time to develop sterile capability. I'm very pleased that through the sterile capability, we are now a leading, if not the largest, supplier of anesthetic vaccines. General anesthetic and regional anesthetic products. These are very complex technologies. but it demonstrates that with the right level of investment, and investment is not only a capital investment, it's investment in technologies, in capabilities, in skills, and collaborating with universities so that you have the right skill set and competence to drive all of this. So this is more a medium to project. And I know some of the ministers have said, well, what do we do in the short term? And I think in the short term, we've got to use the existing capacities that we've got, but we daren't miss this opportunity of a crisis in developing a medium to long-term plan here, implementing it. We shouldn't develop it again because we speak every year about localization of pharmaceuticals on the continent. And as I said earlier, the more we talk about it, the wider that trade deficit grows every year. And of course, I don't have to find finance ministers, how markets, analysts, rating agencies, etc., don't like trade deficits, particularly if they're hard currency denominated. So let me summarize with 3 final points on how I would see the way forward. I think first point that I need to reinforce, I cannot reinforce it sufficiently, is finance and health ministers need to continue speaking to each other, because we've got this dichotomy. You've got health ministers that are saying it's all about access. So if we can source a drug or a vaccine for 50 cents less, we must get that in the interest of access. Okay. I don't think that's a good medium to long-term strategy, because if you work out what you lose in taxes and multiply effects back into the economy, you'll soon find out that it's a more efficient procurement decision to start procuring locally, provided you find the balance between what gets contribute back to the economy versus the price that you're paying. So I think that's the first principle. We've debated it for a long time. We need to get that balance right. Otherwise, you will never get self-sufficiency or reduce the trade deficit on the African continent. And that's why I'm very pleased that we're speaking to finance ministers today, because I think finance ministers are the right people to get that balance right. You've got to look at the benefits of localization, not only in security of supply, but what does that mean to developing technologies, capabilities, and capacities on the continent. But let's accept that this is a medium to long-term project. I think Susan, my colleague from Pfizer, has more than been elaborate around. This is not something that you can put together in a year. I can tell you it took Aspen 7 to 8 years to develop our sterile capability, and we've been doing this over a phased period of time. We've, of course, evolved from initially eye drops into more complex steriles, and now, as I said, we're doing anesthetics and now vaccines as well. Let me go on to the second of the 3 points I want to make. The second point is that we need to start identifying where our strengths lie on the African continent. And then you're able to, when you identify your strengths, you're able to pick your right partners. So in the COVID pandemic, at the onset of the COVID pandemic, 10 business people, including myself, the other 9 were bankers, I think, met with our president here, President Ramaphosa. And it soon became apparent that this was going to become a global scramble for PPE, medical equipment, pharmaceuticals. And now we are seeing exactly the same thing with vaccines. I mean, some people have likened this to Hunger Games. I don't know if any of you watch Hunger Games, but that's kind of the situation you faced in. So building local capacity and stability became a very important aspect to that. But you have to pick your right partners, right technology partners. And we had, as Aspen, a decision we had to make very early on to allocate part of our sterile capability towards vaccines, COVID vaccines, and we will diversify that beyond COVID vaccines. But it meant understanding our local capabilities and finding the right partner. We've partnered eventually with Johnson & Johnson. It's a contract manufacturing arrangement, but it does provide for technology transfers. And I think the Aspen story proves that we can do this on the continent. We do have, with the right conviction and the right application, we can build world-class capability and capacity on the continent. We've shown that with a number of products, more recently anesthetics, as I mentioned. And I want to just share a story here in conclusion, Lerato. Normally it's Africa and prime ministers on the African continent phoning drug companies and saying, can you please help us? Well, when we had the first wave of the pandemic in Europe, it was European prime ministers and presidents that were phoning us and saying, please can you allocate some anesthetic or muscle relaxants? We're ventilating patients, we need them. And those were coming out of Africa. So it is possible. I just want to demonstrate the right application of what can happen. Okay, on to my final point. My final point again is a point around realism, and it goes to the heart of what many people have said on this call. How do we build the right capacity at the right time? And I think in any decision that gets taken, again, we've got to acknowledge what is around us. So it's an unrealistic expectation to go into making active steps from day one. These things are usually a progression and an evolution. And that's been the story in South Africa around both BioVac and Aspen. BioVac's been mentioned on this call as well. We've started firstly with formulation, filling, visual inspection, packaging, and labeling. BioVac started off, Susan will tell you, with initially just packaging and labeling. Now they've gone into filling. Eventually they'll go into formulating. So these are stepwise approaches. So we've got to be realistic around what is possible and what our capability is at a point in time. Because I hear many health ministers around the continent say, well, let's make the active substance. You have to almost graduate over a period of time to that level. But the most important thing, as I conclude, is let's have the courage of our convictions on the continent. If we say we're going to localize, let's support localization. That is the best way to develop capability and capacity. We shouldn't say we're localizing and then next week there's a new tender awarded and it's all awarded to importers and we keep growing and growing that trade deficit. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for listening to me. It's been a great pleasure and privilege speaking to you.
Thank you, Stavros Nicolaou from Aspen Pharmaceuticals, also for raising this all-important issue of use local content. Use what you know how to use, local knowledge, local content, local facilities. Before I go to our final speaker for this particular panel, Professor Orama, I'd like to come back to you. It's been said, I've read it, that Africa needs more than $6 billion in order to procure vaccines for this COVID crisis. Now, in terms of raising that capital, Afreximbank has done a lot of work. But the question is, what can finance ministers of African nations do, and indeed other multilateral bodies do, to provide the kind of support that is needed to add to the funding, and especially the funding of vaccines in the quantum that to herd immunity. It's not just even funding of vaccines, it's what's necessary to reach this herd immunity in Africa. What sort of support do you need?
No, thank you very much. As had mentioned by the colleagues on this panel, of course we need to deal with the urgent matters of today, and of course the longer term issue of how we rebuild our economies and how we deal with creating capacities to produce and manufacture. With regard to the urgent issue today, you are right. The estimates of about $5 to $6 billion required to procure the 30 to 40%, vaccines to inoculate 30 to 40% of African population to complement what the COVAX facility is doing. Within the constraints of our Afreximbank's capital, we've been able to approve $2 billion. These $2 billion are being used to procure about 270 million doses of different vaccines. which we've allocated to all the countries through the African Medical Supplies Platform in accordance with the population distribution. So we need another $3 billion. And we are talking to a number of entities, but the finance ministers are here. There are so many things they can do. And I alluded to it earlier. It is supporting institutions like Afreximbank. If you increase the capital of Afreximbank wouldn't need anybody to come along for it to give $5 billion. And that is very critical. And I hope that as the SDRs issued, which the countries will use, I hope, to rebuild their economies, to procure vaccines, that they give serious thought to these matters. And also in building back, in supporting the AfCFTA, which will really be the main driver of the development of the continent. You need strong institutions. You need strong regional, Pan-African institutions that can help push this agenda. You cannot talk about financing the huge, about $40–50 billion you need to support intra-African trade, even at the early years. The money you need to support a Pan-African payment system that will make it easier for us to trade amongst ourselves. The money we need to provide the guarantees to make goods to move across. I don't talk about the money we need to build infrastructure. The countries will not be able to do them with the fiscal situation they have today. You need an institution that can leverage money. So if you have $1, you leverage more than that to be able to now invest to achieve what you want. If you take money as a country and just use it, $1 just does $1 work. But if you put it in an institution that is able to leverage 5, 6, 7, 10 times, $1 would then do 10 times more work for you. So that is what the message one will leave here, and hope that as others have spoken, we'll continue to work as a continent to be able to confront this pandemic that devastated our economies and our lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Definitely, we've heard commitment is there, political will is there, but there's partnerships from all places. Amadou Sall from the Pasteur Institute in Dakar, you have to be the most patient man on this call, and I really want to thank you for your patience with all of us. Now, earlier on, John Nkengasong, when he spoke, he said, look at the work that the Pasteur Institute has been doing, and we know you've been celebrated the world over for having come up with a COVID test very early on when the virus first came to Africa's shores and nobody really knew what was going on. You came up with a test that could identify it in a very short space of time and start to manage infection rates in Senegal. We want to draw on some of those lessons as we talk about the technologies and the capacities to develop and fund a vaccine. Just from what you did on the testing scale, how could some of those be lessons used on the vaccine side?
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your generous and kind introduction. I would also like to thank the organizers of this meeting for having invited us, and to also thank all the speakers, Inter Alia, Kim Anderson, my friend, for the excellent work that he has done for Africa. To come back to your question, before to actually responding, I would like to give you some figures which are important in my opinion. Today, most of institutions feel that this epidemic cost about $28 trillion. Please be aware that on a monthly basis, we spend or lose $5 billion, which means that we need an urgent need to solve this problem, but not only from a technical point of view, but also to take action and come up with vaccines, because today everybody knows this is the only solution, but there are many obstacles in the way. The first handicap, of course, is a financial one. And this financial obstacle, of course, in Africa, then can really cause a lot of rapid damage. Now, in order to have a production unit would cost less half a day of struggle against this fight. This is something that has to be done very quickly. Secondly, is to have a distribution chain, which is extremely important. And thirdly, is to also, try and save our new generations. Now, when I think of all this in the context of a question, how did we do and what did we learn from the tests? We learned 4 lessons. The first one was the importance of the partnership. You need good partners, and this is a very strong appeal that I am making to a big pharma. Today, the Institut Pasteur has a vaccine 90. We isolated the virus of the yellow fever. It was the first virus that took place just a few meters from where I am talking. And in 10 years, without internet, without all the other technologies, we were able to develop a vaccine. Many of us have received this jab in our arm because it is the most popular vaccine today in the world. So we need also to have a distribution and production unit, and we have to be able to do this with our technical partner. And secondly, as a second lesson rather, is to have a strategy with a regional vision, hence the importance of coordinating our approach and not. It doesn't really mean that we have to produce vaccines here and there, but we have to do it in partnership with the technology. Senegal and South Africa have this technology, but it's not enough just to manufacture. We need the research and development sectors that are strong, because not only to face diseases like COVID, but able to face also other diseases beyond, like, epidemics like Ebola and others. So we need a coordinated regional approach and vision. That's the second lesson. The third item, which to us is important, is that to have a distribution network and also reduce commercial barriers as much as possible. This is of paramount importance, because when we do introduce it, when we do solve technical problems, but we have to make sure that we can reach the people in our target groups. And the last one is regulation. The issue of regulation is important, Dr. Treders has already pointed it out, because we have to have agencies that can manage this, and very rapidly. Having said this, today, the Institut Pasteur, with the support of the Senegalese government, is trying to promote the rollout of vaccines very rapidly throughout the African continent. I say this because today this is no option. When we ask ourselves, can we fund anything? My question is, when are we going to start? When should we start? It's not just a question of funding. And in conclusion, I would like to say something which I believe is equally important. The last 10 years I spent traveling in South America, countries like Brazil, Mexico, many African countries, to try to also deal with this problem of Ebola. For me, it is extremely important. We do have the possibility to produce this vaccine on the continent, and we could build a new public health order. And we have, from a technological and financial standpoint, we have all the other means with which we can achieve this. Thank you.
Thank you very much to you, Amadou Tal. Thank you for sharing the best practices from the Pasteur Institute. And I think what you've just said sums up everything that we've heard in this panel. Is Africa ready to fund its own vaccine? Well, as you say, and as other speakers have said, the vaccine is the economic program for the year ahead. The rollout of these vaccines, the procurement of vaccines, the production of vaccines is the centerpiece of any economic strategy that will lead to recovery. And thank you for reminding us of that. As I wind down the panel, I'll just refer to some questions and comments that have also come through the chat forum. Christophe Yvetot says, developing the pharmaceutical industry is a priority, and capital and finance should be mobilized as well as technology transfer to supporting the pharmaceutical sector. He then refers to a variety of partnerships that could be looked into with the World Health Organization, UNIDO, the African Development Bank, countries like Germany, the private sector, regional economic communities, and foundations. Africa, Makasi says, on a continent where spiritual warfare idioms have been diversely invoked, perhaps the missing link is leadership with well-defined, persuasive communication skills. So let us not undermine the importance of people's cultural and entrenched religious beliefs when we're talking about understanding, accepting, or being reticent to accept the vaccine. So perhaps that's something for all of us as communications practitioners to consider, and also executives in the field. Let's keep up the public communications and awareness campaigns. And then Roger Kalua says, thank you to everyone for an insightful sharing from all the dignitaries and high-level personalities. He then agrees with many of the things that were said. Ultimately, he says, you'll agree that there's still an urgent need for political will and political commitment, as shared here, and very grateful for the insight shared. I'm also very grateful, Roger, and what I've heard is that there is political will on the African continent, still a lot more by way of partnerships externally, but the work is already being done, as we've heard from Pfizer, from Aspen, the private sector, the public sector, coming together, not just now, but for the long term. As Minister Kai reminded, we need to plan for the future, but we need to act today. That's been the panel on whether Africa can fund its own vaccine. We've heard from all the experts, from the development practitioners, from the finance ministers, from the people working in pharmaceuticals and healthcare. It's been my pleasure being with you. My name is Lerato Mbele, and I'd now like to hand over to the session chair, the Honourable Minister of Finance for Equatorial Guinea, Valentine Elamé. I hand over to you virtually, sir, to continue leading and stewarding this 53rd session.
Work that the Master Institute has been doing, and we know you could say the world.
I'm not sure whether she's heard me. I'm now handing over to the Honourable Minister of Finance for Equatorial Guinea, the session chair, Mr. Valentine Elamé.
Oui, allô, bonjour. Good day. Thank you very much, madam. We would like to thank all the participants of this third roundtable of panelists. I believe that now we are going to have a coffee break according to our agenda, and then we shall resume the meeting after the health break. Thank you, madam.
A ver, calcúlame, Tamagón. Voy a calcular en tiempo. 14, 15, 45. Anazauraba.
13:45. La 1:45.
La 1:45. ¿Cómo va a ser la 1:45? Yo digo, ahí pone 15:45.
Sí. Aquí en Guinea.
No, 15:45 no. 12:45.
Sería 10.
Sí, claro. Sí, 12. Ah, tienes que desactivar el micrófono. Gracias.
The United Nations Economic Commission for Africa is also supporting the process of mainstreaming gender and youth employment initiatives, international strategies. This will help to ensure that trade policy is both gender sensitive and responds to demographic realities, thereby contributing more fully to sustainable development.
I also reaffirm my commitment and support through the UN Economic Commission for Africa and UN Women to the African Women Leadership Fund being launched today.
The idea here is to say, hopefully in the next 10 years, we have maybe 50, 60 women fund managers that are actually managing billions of dollars, can then be on lent to other women businesses. So that's how the fund will work.
The United Nations Economic Commission for Africa is also supporting the process of mainstreaming gender and youth employment initiatives, international strategies. This will help to ensure that trade policy is both gender sensitive and responds to demographic realities, thereby contributing more fully to sustainable development.
I also reaffirm my commitment and support through the UN Economic Commission for Africa and UN Women to the African Women Leadership Fund being launched today.
The idea here is to say, hopefully in the next 10 years, we have maybe 50, 60 women fund managers that are actually managing billions of dollars that can then be on lent to other women businesses. So that's how the fund will work.
The United Nations Economic Commission for Africa is also supporting the process of mainstreaming gender and youth employment initiatives, international strategies. This will help to ensure that trade policy is both gender sensitive and responds to demographic realities, thereby contributing more fully to sustainable development.
I also reaffirm my commitment and support through the UN Economic Commission for Africa and UN Women to the African Women Leadership Fund being launched today.
The idea here is to say, hopefully in the next 10 years, we have maybe 50, 60 women fund managers that are actually managing billions of dollars that can then be on lent to other women businesses. So that's how the fund will work.
Volumen.
Honorable delegates, good morning, good afternoon, welcome back. We now hand the floor over to the representative of Minister Valentine Elamai. You have the floor.
Merci, Madame. Merci.
Thank you very much, Madam. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to reconvene. I'm going to give the floor now to Ambassador Mr. Arushi to present the recommendations and resolutions for their respective adoption. Mr. Arushi, you have the floor. It seems there was a problem of connection. I was saying, the speaker is muted. Yes, I was giving the floor to Mr. Arushi earlier. I hope that you're able to follow me. I was giving the floor to Mr. Ambassador Arushi to present the draft resolutions and recommendations.
The floor. Over to you, Ambassador Arushi.
Thank you very much. I want at the start, before the report that I'm going to present it on behalf of the Minister of Finance, Morocco, and of course, an official statement will be sent to the Secretariat to allow me to do it. I would like first to clarify the way of presentation for the draft resolutions in order to be considered by the Conference of Ministers. Well, we have 9 considered resolutions, and in order to be practical and to make the best of our time in order to discuss the draft resolutions, we will be hearing a reading of the part we are not going to read the introductions or the details. We are going to read the practical paragraphs of the report. So, if there is no, if we are all in agreement, we can start with the first draft resolution. The country free trade agreement. We will start immediately by the relevant paragraph. The first one of this draft resolution has to do with the Continental Free Trade Area. The ECA should continue to present the support in order to enforce the agreement for the establishment of the FT, of the Free Trade Agreement area, and especially to support the ratification of the countries that didn't sign the agreement yet, with a full coordination with the AU and the regional REC. The ECA will present technical support to member countries and to the AU Commission and the Secretariat of the African Free Trade Area and the REX with all aspects relevant to agricultural development, industrialization, and the main infrastructure projects of high priority, and especially that has the priority for the development of the main African infrastructure, digitalization and implementation of national policies related to the African Free Trade Agreement, and for the negotiation of the first and the second phase of such an area. The third paragraph, it is required from the ECA to prepare a study on intensify the investments in the continent through the free trade agreement, and to be presented in the 54th ministerial meeting to be held on 2030. And the last paragraph, it is requested also from the ECA to continue in full technical support for the Secretariat of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement in order to develop digital documents and documents. This is the first draft resolution called the African Continental Free Trade Area. Now the second, related to the data and statistics. To remind you that we are not read the part of the introduction, and we will just discuss the recommendations. The ministerial meeting and conference have decided the following: all partners and governments are
secondly, request Pan-African organization and partners to work closely together and promote the creation or the establishment of synergy to support African countries, mainly those where the statistical development is weak, and mitigate the impact of COVID-19 outbreak. Third, member states to renew their commitment in population census in light of the 2020 census, and mainly to request technical assistance provided to countries in conflict situation or those who have been affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. Measures should be taken to ensure the integration of main objectives and indicators of Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063, so that these are integrated in national development plans. Fifth, requests that steps be taken to ensure that the integrated geospatial information framework is included into national development plans and is fully contextualized in the regional level with a view to extend current national data systems to new data frontiers, such as Earth observation and geospatial big data, to promote spatial planning and inclusive and sustainable growth. Six, requests the ECA, in collaboration with other regional partners, such as the African Union Commission and the African Development, to continue its support to build the capacity of member states in the areas of statistics and data systems. So this is the second draft resolution that was just submitted. And this was on statistics and data. Now, let me go to the third draft resolution regarding civil registration and vital statistics. I may remind you once again that we're not going to discuss the preamble, and let's go straight to the core of the resolution. First, urges African governments to invest in creating fully functional legal identity systems based on strong civil registration systems that start at birth and end at death, and to provide citizens with special probatory instruments that allow them to prove with unquestionable certainty the facts relating to the person's existence, identity, and personal and family situation. Second, recommends that civil registration systems be recognized as essential government services that should continue even during emergencies, given the intrinsic value in upholding human rights, their administrative uses, and their role in the production of vital statistics. Third, encourages member states to digitize civil registration systems and processes from notification to certification to make them more dynamic, interoperable, resilient, proactive, and agile. Fourth, urges member states to put in place interoperable registration systems that are based on life cycle approach that accounts for people as they enter the cycle upon birth, progress through various stages of life, and exit the cycle upon. Fifth, calls upon member states to establish closer links between civil registration authorities and the healthcare sector so that vital events occurring in healthcare institutions can be formally reported to civil registration authorities. 6, calls upon the Economic Commission for Africa to continue to support member states in promoting civil registration in Africa. So this was the third draft resolution on civil registration and vital statistics. Now, coming to the fourth draft resolution, pertains to sustainable industrialization and a diversification of Africa in the digital era in the context of coronavirus disease pandemic. The Conference of Ministers. First, encourages member states to re-envisage industrialization and diversification by deepening their research and development capabilities, by mainstreaming science, technology, and innovation, and by formulating integrated green and climate resilient growth and digitalization strategies within national development frameworks. Second, urges member states to build better digital and new climate economy foundations by appropriately investing in digital skills development, which include basic computing, computer programming and coding, and job-neutral soft skills. Third, also calls member states to upgrade digital middleware in Africa by adopting digital identity systems and supporting digital payment solutions, and to invest in the continent's digital hardware by improving and ensuring affordable internet coverage and energy access. Fourth, calls upon the Economic Commission for Africa to provide technical support to member states to harness the African Continental Free Trade Area as a framework for the vertical integration of industries and supply chains and achieving the digitalization of Africa. Fifth, also calls upon the Economic Commission for Africa to carry out a study to explore the prospects and merits of establishing an African expert group on gas to advise member states on how to unlock the potential of gas in industrialization and a transition to clean energy. And of this specific draft resolution on industrialization and sustainable diversification of Africa in the digital era in the context of COVID-19 pandemic. Now, let's go to the fourth resolution. On vaccines.
The Conference of Ministers, first of all, commends the various initiatives undertaken by the Economic Commission for Africa to support member states in leveraging African Union for Disease Control and Prevention Africa Joint Continental Strategy for COVID-19 outbreak in March 2020 as a blueprint and master plan for coordinating regional efforts to ensure synergy and minimize duplication to save lives and support African social and economic development. Secondly, commends the various initiatives undertaken by the Commission for Africa in supporting African member states in the World Trade Organization Agreement on trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights on vaccines, debt relief, and the issuance of special drawing rights. Thirdly, request the Economic Commission for Africa to continue these efforts. Fourthly, also request the Economic Commission for Africa to continue to advocate the equitable distribution of and access to COVID-19 vaccines in all regions of the world, including Africa. 5, requests the Economic Commission for Africa, in collaboration with the African Union Commission and all relevant stakeholders, including the private sector, to assist African member states in putting in place continental strategies and policies to facilitate the production of vaccines on the continent, improve pooled procurement, in particular through digital technologies, as exemplified by the African Medical Supply Platform, and leverage the use of digital tools in national supply chains for improved accessibility for all, which will improve the affordability and accessibility of vaccines and assist in generating inclusive economic growth, stimulating job creation, and eradicating poverty for the continent's socio-economic development and sustainable growth. 6, urges the Economic Commission for Africa to continue to support member states in vaccine procurement, including through additional funding made available from debt relief under the group of 20 debt service suspension initiative, development finance institutions, and special drawing rights. That is the end of this part of the draft, which regards the vaccines against coronavirus. We now go on to the next draft resolution. Number 6, Economic Commission for Africa support for least developed countries in the context of the 5th United Nations Conference on the Least Developed Country. The Conference of Ministers requests the Economic Commission for Africa to continue providing assistance to least developed countries in the efforts to graduate from least development country status and facilitate the implementation of the programs of action that emanate from the 5th United Nations Conference on the Least Developed Countries. This is the end of this draft resolution. With regard the support of the Economic Commission of Africa for least developed countries in the context of the 5th UN Conference on the Least Developed Countries, I now go on to the next draft resolution, number 6, Vienna Programme of Action for Landlocked Developing Countries for the decade 2014-2024. The Conference of Ministers first of all invites the African landlocked transit developing countries, regional and sub-regional organizations, and other stakeholders to implement the provisions and actions of the political declaration of the high-level midterm review on the implementation of the Vienna Programme of Action for Landlocked Developing Countries for the decade 2014-2024, including those on the promotion of regional connectivity, trade facilitation, the development of regionally integrated sustainable transport infrastructure,
the diversification of export,
the diversification of export structure, and the adding of value of exports, and the effective implementation of regional integration agreements. To urges transit countries to enhance cross-border collaboration with landlocked countries by taking needed action to minimize disruptions to international and transboundary transport, eliminate trade restrictions, and facilitate the movement of primarily essential goods such as food, medical supplies, and personal protection equipment. Third recommendation,
interpretation has stopped. Can we hold a minute just to resolve that so that our French colleagues have an opportunity to follow the proceedings as well? My apologies.
Sure.
Ambassador, you may continue. Thanks.
I'll repeat some of the last paragraphs of the draft resolution on the Vienna Programme of Action for Landlocked Developing Countries for the decade 2014-2024. And I believe that with the purpose of transparency, I'll repeat the operative paragraphs. First, invites the African, and I'll repeat the first paragraph. Invites the African landlocked transit developing countries, regional and sub-regional organizations, and other stakeholders to implement the provisions and actions of the political declaration of the high-level midterm review on the implementation of the Vienna Programme of Action for Landlocked Developing Countries for the decade 2014-2024, including those on the promotion of regional connectivity, trade facilitation, the development of regionally integrated, sustainable transport infrastructure, resilient to climate change and disasters, the diversification of export structure, the adding of value to exports, and the effective implementation of regional integration agreements. Second, urges transit countries to enhance cross-border collaboration with landlocked countries by taking needed action to minimize disruptions to international and transboundary transport, eliminate trade restrictions, and facilitate movement of primarily essential goods such as food, medical supplies, and personal protection equipment. Third, calls upon transit countries also to enhance collaboration with landlocked countries by strengthening the transparency and availability of information about transit and border procedures, making use of digital technologies with a view to helping landlocked developing countries to respond effectively to the COVID-19 pandemic and prevent future disruptions of a similar nature. Fourth, invites development partners and relevant international, regional, and sub-regional organizations to enhance support for landlocked developing countries and transit countries in implementing the relevant international trade and transport facilitation conventions. Fifth, underscores the importance of mobilizing necessary resources to accelerate the implementation of the Vienna Programme of Action and to support the landlocked developing countries. Sixth, calls upon the Economic Commission for Africa, in collaboration with the Office of the High Representative for the Least Developed Countries, landlocked developing countries, and small island developing states, other relevant United Nations system organizations, regional and international development partners, and other international organizations to support landlocked developing countries and transit countries in leveraging the opportunities provided by regional and integration initiatives such as the African Continental Free Trade Area. Seventh, requests the Economic Commission for Africa, in collaboration with the Office of the High Representative, other relevant United Nations system organizations, and relevant international and regional organizations to continue providing the technical support to the landlocked developing countries in Africa in the priority areas of the Vienna Programme of Action, including those included in the roadmap for its accelerated implementation. And this was the draft resolution, sixth draft resolution on the Vienna Programme of Action for Landlocked Developing Countries for the decade 2014-2024. I now move to the seventh draft resolution on the African Institute for Economic Development and Planning. And I would start reading the operative paragraphs, and there are 3 paragraphs. The first paragraph endorses the reconstituted membership of the Governing Council of the African Institute for Economic Development and Planning. Second, reiterates its call to the Economic Commission for Africa, in collaboration with the African Institute for Economic Development and Planning, to take all steps necessary to request the General Assembly to increase the regular grant in support of the Institute's program. The third and final paragraph in this draft resolution reiterates its call to member states for the more regular payment of assessed annual contributions and the settlement of arrears to the African Institute for Economic Development and Planning. This is the end of the draft resolution on the seventh draft resolution, African Institute for Economic Development Planning. I now turn to the 8th draft resolution, special drawing rights. The Conference of Ministers, the first paragraph, operative paragraph, commends the Economic Commission for Africa for its advocacy of and substantive support for a new issuance and reallocation of special drawing rights to low-income and middle-income countries. Second paragraph acknowledges the work performed by the Commission in designing a liquidity and sustainability facility to reduce the cost of private credit for African countries. Third paragraph requests the Commission to continue to provide a convening platform for African policymakers and other relevant stakeholders, and to advocate a new issuance of between 500 billion and 650 billion United States dollars in special drawing rights, which would be a vital step in providing much needed liquidity and investment financing for African countries and for low-income and middle-income countries in particular. Fourth, also requests the Commission to support advocacy efforts by member states for the extension of the Group of 20 debt service suspension initiative, and add additional $8,000, and this $8 billion for recovery in 2021 and provide much needed liquidity to respond to the crisis. Fifth, calls upon the Commission to mobilize support for a special drawing rights reallocation mechanism that is commensurate with the development financing needs of African countries. And the last paragraph encourages member states to work collectively to ensure that they have a common voice and position on the issue of special drawing rights. And this is the end of the draft resolution on special drawing rights. Now we move to the last draft resolution, which is the 9th 2022 Program Plan and Budget. The Conference of Ministers, the first operative paragraph, calls upon the Economic Commission for Africa to include performance measures in the 4-year medium-term program framework 2022-2025 to facilitate the tracking of progress in its implementation. Second, urges the Economic Commission for Africa to consider working towards the consolidation of its program plan and budget documents. Third, also urges the Economic Commission for Africa to work towards strengthening its resource mobilization efforts with a view to improving the balance between regular budgetary allocations and extra budgetary resources. The last paragraph, the fourth, adopts the 2022 program plan and budget for the Economic Commission for Africa. And this brings me to the end of the last draft resolution entitled 2022 Program Plan and Budget. Mr. Chairman, these are the 9 draft resolutions that are presented to you, to the Conference of Ministers, and I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. After having listened carefully to the reading of the recommendations and the resolutions, we shall now proceed to adopt them if there is no objection. Then we would like to open the floor to participants if they have any objections to make. Otherwise, we shall adopt the resolutions and the recommendations as read. Thank you. Madam Chairperson, the delegation of Equatorial Guinea in Addis Ababa would like to take the floor, if you will allow us. Please go ahead. Thank you. Allow me, first of all, to congratulate you in the efficient way in which you are managing our meeting. I would also, through you, like to congratulate His Excellency, the Minister of Finance of Equatorial Guinea, as well as yourself, for having indeed direct these proceedings most effectively. I would also like to congratulate my brother, Ambassador Fauci, for the brilliant way in which he has presented the recommendation submitted by the Committee of Experts. Madam Chairperson, the recommendations are extremely clear. I would like to just follow up on some discussions that we had during the course of the meeting of the Committee of Experts to propose under Resolution 4, which relates to industrialization and sustainable diversification in the digital era in the context of COVID-19. I would like to introduce a new item 3, which indeed could be read as follows, and perhaps the Secretariat could take note of this proposal. This proposal will read as follows: requests the Economic Commission for Africa to assist the member states to pursue the digital expenses in their national budget. Perhaps I could repeat this proposal. We propose a new paragraph in this resolution, paragraph 3, which could be read as follows: requests the Economic Commission for Africa to assist the member states to include digital expenses in their national budget. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. If the other participants have no objection, then we shall adopt this resolution as proposed by His Excellency the Ambassador of Equatorial Guinea. As I was saying, I would now like to give the floor to other participants, should there be any other comments to make. Otherwise, we are going to proceed to the total adoption of all the recommendations and resolutions that were read by His Excellency the Ambassador of Morocco. If there are no further observations, comments, or objections.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to adopt the recommendations and the resolutions of this session. Thank you very much. I believe after this item of on the agenda, there is one thing planned in our program. If the Secretariat does not object, we're going to end for lunch and reconvene later. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to reconvene planned after the lunch break. Bon appétit to everyone. So we have 1 hour time for the lunch break according to the program that you have already adopted. Thank you very much. We break for lunch now. Thank you to you, Madam Chairperson.
Nations Economic Commission for Africa is also supporting the process of mainstreaming gender and youth employment initiatives into national strategies. This will help to ensure that trade policy is both gender sensitive and responds to demographic realities, thereby contributing more fully to sustainable development.
I also reaffirm my commitment and support through the UN Economic Commission for Africa and UN Women to the African Women Leadership Fund being launched today.
And the idea here is to say, hopefully in the next 10 years, we have maybe 50, 60 women fund managers that are actually managing billions of dollars that can then be on lent to other women businesses. So that's how the fund will work.
Nations Economic Commission for Africa is also supporting the process of mainstreaming gender and youth employment initiatives into national strategies. This will help to ensure that trade policy is both gender sensitive and responds to demographic realities, thereby contributing more fully to sustainable development.
I also reaffirm my commitment and support through the UN Economic Commission for Africa and UN Women to the African Women Leadership Fund being launched today.
And the idea here is to say, hopefully in the next 10 years, we have maybe 50, 60 women fund managers that are actually managing billions of dollars that can then be on lent to other women businesses. So that's how the fund will work.
Nations Economic Commission for Africa is also supporting the process of mainstreaming gender and youth employment initiatives into national strategies. This will help to ensure that trade policy is both gender sensitive and responds to demographic realities, thereby contributing more fully to sustainable development.
I also reaffirm my commitment and support through the UN Economic Commission for Africa and UN Women to the African Women Leadership Fund being launched today.
And the idea here is to say, hopefully in the next 10 years, we have maybe 50, 60 women fund managers that are actually managing billions of dollars that can then be on lent to other women businesses. So that's how the fund will work.
Nations Economic Commission for Africa is also supporting the process of mainstreaming gender and youth employment initiatives into national strategies. This will help to ensure that trade policy is both gender sensitive and responds to demographic realities, thereby contributing more fully to sustainable development.
I also reaffirm my commitment and support through the UN Economic Commission for Africa and UN Women to the African Women Leadership Fund being launched today.
And the idea here is to say, hopefully in the next 10 years, we have maybe 50, 60 women fund managers that are actually managing billions of dollars that can then be on lent to other women businesses. So that's how the fund will work.
Nations Economic Commission for Africa is also supporting the process of mainstreaming gender and youth employment. It is both gender sensitive and responds to demographic realities, thereby contributing more fully to sustainable development.
I also reaffirm my commitment and support to the UN Economic Commission for Africa and UN Women, to the African Women Leadership Fund being launched today.
The idea here is to say, hopefully in the next 10 years, we have maybe 50, 60 women fund managers that are actually managing billions of dollars that can then be on lent to other women businesses. So that's how the fund will work.
Nations Economic Commission for Africa is also supporting the process of mainstreaming gender and youth employment initiatives international strategies. This will help to ensure that trade policy is both gender sensitive and responds to demographic realities, thereby contributing more fully to sustainable development.
I also reaffirm my commitment and support through the UN Economic Commission for Africa and UN Women to the African Women Leadership Fund being launched today.
The idea here is to say, hopefully in the next 10 years, we have maybe 50, 60 women fund managers that are actually managing billions of dollars that can then be on lent to other women businesses. So that's how the fund will work.
Nations Economic Commission for Africa is also supporting the process of mainstreaming gender and youth employment initiatives, international strategies. This will help to ensure that trade policy is both gender sensitive and responds to demographic realities, thereby contributing more fully to sustainable development.
I also reaffirm my commitment and support through the UN Economic Commission for Africa and UN Women to the African Women Leadership Fund being launched today.
The idea here is to say, hopefully in the next 10 10 years, we have maybe 50, 60 women fund managers that are actually managing billions of dollars that can then be on lent to other women businesses. So that's how the fund will work.
Nations Economic Commission for Africa is also supporting the process of mainstreaming gender and youth employment initiatives, international strategies. This will help to ensure that trade policy is both gender sensitive and sustainable development.
I also reaffirm my commitment and support through the UN Economic Commission for Africa and UN Women to the African Women Leadership Fund being launched today.
And the idea here is to say, hopefully in the next 10 years, we have maybe 50, 60 women fund managers that are actually managing billions of dollars that can then be on lent to other women businesses. So that's how the fund will work.
Nations Economic Commission for Africa is also supporting the process of mainstreaming gender and youth employment initiatives into national strategies. This will help to ensure that trade policy is both gender sensitive and responds to demographic realities, thereby contributing more fully to sustainable development.
I also reaffirm my commitment and support through the UN Economic Commission for Africa and UN Women to the African Women Leadership Fund being launched today.
And the idea here is to say, hopefully in the next 10 years, we have maybe 50, 60 women fund managers that are actually managing billions of dollars that can then be on lent to other women businesses. So that's how the fund will work.
Nations Economic Commission for Africa is also supporting the process of mainstreaming gender and youth employment initiatives into national strategies. This will help to ensure that trade policy is both gender sensitive and responds to demographic realities, thereby contributing more fully to sustainable development.
I also reaffirm my commitment and support through the UN Economic Commission for Africa and UN Women to the African Women Leadership Fund being launched today.
And the idea here is to say, hopefully in the next 10 years, years, we have maybe 50, 60 women fund managers that are actually managing billions of dollars that can then be on lent to other women businesses. So that's how the fund will work.
Nations Economic Commission for Africa is also supporting the process of mainstreaming gender and youth employment initiatives, international strategies. This will help to ensure that trade policy is both gender sensitive and responds to demographic realities, thereby contributing more fully to sustainable development.
I also reaffirm my commitment and support through the UN Economic Commission for Africa and UN Women to the African Women Leadership Fund being launched today.
And the idea here is to say, hopefully in the next 10 years, we have maybe 50, 60 women fund managers that are actually managing billions of dollars that can then be on lent to other women businesses. So that's how the fund will work.
Nations Economic Commission for Africa is also supporting the process of mainstreaming gender and youth employment initiatives into national strategies. This will help to ensure that trade policy is both gender sensitive and responds to demographic realities, thereby contributing more fully to sustainable development.
I also reaffirm my commitment and support through the UN Economic Commission for Africa and UN Women to the African Women Leadership Fund being launched today.
And the idea here is to say, hopefully in the next 10 years, we have maybe 50, 60 women fund managers that are actually managing billions of dollars that can then be on lent to other women businesses. So that's how the fund will work.
Nations Economic Commission for Africa is also supporting the process of mainstreaming gender and youth employment initiatives into national strategies. This will help to ensure that trade policy is both gender sensitive and responds to demographic realities, thereby contributing more fully to sustainable development.
I also reaffirm my commitment and support through the UN Economic Commission for Africa and UN Women to the African Women Leadership Fund being launched today.
The idea here is to say, hopefully in the next 10 years, we have maybe 50, 60 women fund managers that are actually managing billions of dollars that can then be on lent to other women businesses. So that's how the fund will work.
Nations Economic Commission for Africa is also supporting the process of mainstreaming gender and youth employment initiatives into national strategies. This will help to ensure that trade policy is both gender sensitive and responds to demographic realities, thereby contributing more fully to sustainable development.
I also reaffirm my commitment and support through the UN Economic Commission for Africa and UN Women to the African Women Leadership Fund being launched today.
And the idea here is to say, hopefully in the next 10 years, we have maybe 50, 60 women fund managers that are actually managing billions of dollars that can then be on lent to other women businesses. So that's how the fund will work.
Nations Economic Commission for Africa is also supporting the process of mainstreaming gender and youth employment initiatives into national strategies. This will help to ensure that trade policy is both gender sensitive and responds to demographic realities, thereby contributing more fully to sustainable development.
I also reaffirm my commitment and support through the UN Economic Commission for Africa and UN Women to the African Women Leadership Fund being launched today.
And the idea here is to say, hopefully in the next 10 years, we have maybe 50, 60 women fund managers that are actually managing billions of dollars that can then be on lent to other women businesses. So that's how the fund will work.
Nations Economic Commission for Africa is also supporting the process of mainstreaming gender and youth employment initiatives into national strategies. This will help to ensure that trade policy is both gender sensitive and responds to demographic realities, thereby contributing more fully to sustainable development.
I also reaffirm my commitment and support to the UN Economic Commission for Africa and UN Women, to the African Women Leadership Fund being launched today.
The idea here is to say, hopefully in the next 10 years, we have maybe 50, 60 women fund managers that are actually managing billions of dollars that can then be on lent to other women businesses. So that's how the fund will work.
Nations Economic Commission for Africa is also supporting the process of mainstreaming gender and youth employment initiatives into national strategies. This will help to ensure that trade policy is both gender sensitive and responds to demographic realities, thereby contributing more fully to sustainable development.
I also reaffirm my commitment and support through the UN Economic Commission for Africa and UN Women to the African Women Leadership Fund being launched today.
The idea here is to say, hopefully in the next 10 years, we have maybe 50, 60 women fund managers that are actually managing billions of dollars that can then be on lent to other women businesses. So that's how the fund will work.
Nations Economic Commission for Africa is also supporting the process of mainstreaming gender and youth employment initiatives into national strategies. This will help to ensure that trade policy is both gender sensitive and responds to demographic realities, thereby contributing more fully to sustainable development.
I also reaffirm my commitment and support through the UN Economic Commission for Africa and UN Women to the African Women Leadership Fund being launched today.
And the idea here is to say, hopefully in the next 10 years, we have maybe 50, 60 women fund managers that are actually managing billions of dollars that can then be on lent to other women businesses. So that's how the fund will work.
Nations Economic Commission for Africa is also supporting the process of mainstreaming gender and youth employment initiatives into national strategies. This will help to ensure that trade policy is both gender sensitive and responds to demographic realities, thereby contributing more fully to sustainable development.
I also reaffirm my commitment and support through the UN Economic Commission for Africa and UN Women to the African Women Leadership Fund being launched today.
And the idea here is to say, hopefully in the next 10 years, we have maybe 50, 60 women fund managers that are actually managing billions of dollars that can then be on lent to other women businesses. So that's how the fund will work.
Nations Economic Commission for Africa is also supporting the process of mainstreaming gender and youth employment initiatives into national strategies. This will help to ensure that trade policy is both gender sensitive and responds to demographic realities, thereby contributing more fully to sustainable development.
I also reaffirm my commitment and support through the UN Economic Commission for Africa and UN Women to the African Women Leadership Fund being launched today.
The idea here is to say, hopefully in the next 10 years, we have millions of dollars that can then be on lent to other women businesses. So that's how the fund will work.
Nations Economic Commission for Africa is also supporting the process of mainstreaming gender and youth employment initiatives, international strategies. This will help to ensure that trade policy is both gender sensitive and responds to demographic realities, thereby contributing more fully to sustainable development.
I also reaffirm my commitment and support through the UN Economic Commission for Africa and UN Women to the African Women Leadership Fund being launched today.
And the idea here is to say, hopefully in the next actually managing billions of dollars that can then be on lent to other women businesses. So that's how the fund will work.
Adoptés par la communauté internationale en septembre 2015, les objectifs du développement durable visent à éradiquer la pauvreté, protéger la planète et garantir la prospérité de tous. Jusqu'en 2019, l'Afrique du Nord a également connu une évolution positive sur le plan des ODD 1, 7, 12 et 13. En revanche, des retards ont été observés au niveau de la mise en œuvre des ODD 2, 5 et 9. Les efforts de lutte contre la pauvreté et pour l'éradication de la faim menés par l'Afrique du Nord au cours des dernières décennies lui ont permis de réaliser 82,7% de ses objectifs d'éradication de la pauvreté. En 2019, moins de 4% de la population nord-africaine vivait en dessous du seuil de pauvreté extrême. Cependant, aujourd'hui, la pandémie menace ces progrès. La Covid-19 a causé une crise économique qui a fait chuter les prix des matières premières, perturbé les chaînes d'approvisionnement internationales et les différents secteurs économiques. L'Afrique du Nord, caractérisée par un taux de chômage structurel élevé et un faible taux de participation au marché du travail, a connu d'importantes pertes d'emplois et baisse des revenus du travail, en particulier dans les zones urbaines et chez les travailleurs de l'informel. À l'instar du reste du continent, la vulnérabilité des jeunes nord-africains a été accentuée par la fermeture des institutions éducatives, ce qui menace encore davantage leur avenir. Jusqu'en 2019, les progrès de l'Afrique du Nord en faveur de l'égalité entre les sexes sont restés modestes. L'accès des filles à l'éducation, par exemple, restait inférieur à celui des garçons. Sur le plan de l'emploi, le taux de participation des femmes au marché du travail était inférieur à la moyenne africaine, avec 33 femmes employées pour 100 hommes. La pandémie Covid-19 est venue creuser encore davantage l'écart entre l'accès aux opportunités des hommes et des femmes. Elle expose ces dernières aux aléas de la crise économique de manière disproportionnée, aussi bien sur le plan de l'emploi que de leur charge de travail à domicile. La fermeture sans précédent des écoles et la réduction des services de santé disponibles ont entraîné une augmentation spectaculaire des charges de soins à domicile pour les enfants, les personnes âgées et malades, autant de tâches qui échoient traditionnellement aux femmes. Aujourd'hui, l'ODD 13 pour la lutte contre le changement climatique est celui sur lequel les pays africains présentent les meilleures performances. Mais si en ralentissant l'économie mondiale, la pandémie Covid-19 a entraîné une baisse des émissions de gaz à effet de serre, la récession qu'elle a engendrée menace aussi la concrétisation des engagements africains pour la lutte contre le changement climatique. D'ici 2030, il est attendu que le changement climatique coûte annuellement 3 à 5% du PIB des pays africains. S'il est à présent nécessaire de réagir aux graves implications sanitaires et économiques de la pandémie, les pays africains devront s'assurer que les programmes de relance prennent en compte la protection des économies contre les aléas du changement climatique. Heureusement, l'Afrique dispose de nombreux atouts et opportunités, comme son immense potentiel pour le développement de l'énergie renouvelable ou la mise en place de la zone de libre-échange économique africaine, le plus grand marché commun du monde depuis la création de l'OMC.
grâce à la réforme, le système des Nations Unies au Maroc bénéficie d'un appui renforcé de la CEA qui fait partie intégrante de notre équipe pays. Au tout début de la crise, un apport très important du système des Nations Unies a été l'analyse de l'impact socio-économique de la COVID-19 qui a été faite dans le cadre du Maroc en partenariat avec le gouvernement, avec comme chef de file le Haut Commissariat au Plan, mais aussi avec la Banque mondiale et la CEA. Nous bénéficions également de l'expertise de la CEA pour l'élaboration de notre bilan commun pays qui servira de base au programme d'action du système des Nations Unies à travers notre cadre de coopération pour le développement durable.
In 2015, world leaders agreed to achieve a set of sustainable development goals and make significant changes to all countries. The 17 SDGs were focused on ending poverty, building a peaceful world, protecting the planet, and ensuring a new prosperity for everyone over the next 15 years, leaving no one behind.
Eastern Africa has made significant strides toward improving living standards over the past decades, although these have been uneven across countries. The GDP per capita of all but one country trended upward from 1990 to 2018. The most impressive results were seen in Tanzania, Kenya, and Djibouti, where the GDP per capita increased sixfold, fivefold, and fourfold respectively. However, progress has not been shared equally and poverty is still widespread. The poverty rate is estimated at 46% in 2021, which corresponds to 213 million people living in extreme poverty. 5 countries have a poverty rate above 70%, and the COVID crisis has made the situation even worse.
On the goal of gender in East Africa, current indicators show a promising path. However, some gaps are yet to be sealed.
Rwanda continues to be a trailblazer in the region and beyond in relation to women's representation in parliament. Rwanda and Uganda, they have female speakers of parliament. In addition, we are seeing countries like Ethiopia, where the president and the chief justice are female.
East Africans continue to build resilient economies anchored on regional trade.
With a population of over 450 million, Eastern Africa's workforce is growing extremely rapidly, with an additional 8 million people joining the labour market every single year. There are consequently a lot of pressures on the private sector and on government to create the necessary employment opportunities, even more so in the light of the COVID-19 pandemic.
This region is overflowing with human capital. Hence, the need to link up job seekers with suitable frameworks.
So the demographic pressures continue to grow in East Africa. And in countries like Ethiopia and DRC, they will see around 2 million youth entering the working age population in 2015 and 2030. And the rate of job creation has been much slower than the rate of economic expansion in the past decade. This raises the specter of jobless and non-inclusive growth.
Efforts to achieve Goal 8 are underway. However, some issues need to be fast-tracked to ensure the 2030 agenda is met.
The East African region is a tremendously dynamic economy. It has been the fastest growing sub-region in Africa since 2013 and was expanding at over a rate of 6%, representing more than double the continental average up to 2019. 3 of the world's 10 fastest growing economies in 2019 were in East Africa: Ethiopia, Rwanda, and Tanzania.
Eastern Africa Office understands that the aspect of tourism development has to be fortified through diversification to produce more jobs and lasting economies.
Tourism is now an important sector in Eastern Africa, given its contribution to growth and job creation. Our office has been actively supporting tourism development, and we can't ignore how the pandemic has had a devastating impact on the sector. In Seychelles, the vibrant tourism industry typically contributes 64% of GDP, but last year, their tourism revenues dropped by over 70%. Beyond coastal tourism, there is the blue economy, which refers to economic activities around aquatic spaces, such as our oceans, our rivers, and our lakes. In countries such as Seychelles, the blue economy has great potential to promote and sustain long-term growth, create jobs, and ensure environmental protection. In Djibouti, we estimate that the blue economy contributes 18% of GDP and 20% of employment.
Achieving all the 17 SDGs targets cannot be possible without ensuring that our planet is safe from disasters.
So flooding experiences in countries such as Kenya, Rwanda, and Uganda, and also the locusts in the Horn of Africa, they are already aggravating the challenges of the region. So building back better from the COVID-19 pandemic requires a development approach that is green, sustainable, climate resilient, but also informed by the best available science.
Trade and regional integration can be a powerful engine of long-term growth and prosperity. Our office seeks to improve the prospect for trade and regional integration, including through the AFCFTA, with a view to have a direct impact on growth, jobs, gender empowerment, poverty, and several other SDGs. By no means, peace and security is paramount.
In 2015, world leaders agreed to achieve a set of sustainable development goals and make significant changes to all countries. The 17 SDGs were focused on ending poverty, building a peaceful world, protecting the planet, and ensuring a new prosperity for everyone over the next 15 years, leaving no one behind.
Eastern Africa has made significant strides toward improving living standards over the past decades, although these have been uneven across countries. The GDP per capita of all but one country trended upward from 1990 to 2018. The most impressive results were seen in Tanzania, Kenya, and Djibouti, where the GDP per capita increased sixfold, fivefold, and fourfold respectively. However, progress has not been shared equally and poverty is still widespread. The poverty rate is estimated at 46% in 2021, which corresponds to 213 million people living in extreme poverty. 5 countries have a poverty rate above 70%, and the COVID crisis has made the situation even worse.
On the goal of gender in East Africa, current indicators show a promising path. However, some gaps are yet to be sealed.
Rwanda continues to be a trailblazer in the region and beyond in relation to women's representation in parliament. Rwanda and Uganda, they have female speakers of parliament. In addition, we are seeing countries like Ethiopia, where the president and the chief justice are female.
East Africans continue to build resilient economies anchored on regional trade.
With a population of over 450 million, Eastern Africa's workforce is growing extremely rapidly, with an additional 8 million people joining the labour market every single year. There are consequently a lot of pressures on the private sector and on government to create the necessary employment opportunities, even more so in the light of the COVID-19 pandemic.
This region is overflowing with human capital. Hence, the need to link up job seekers with suitable frameworks.
So the demographic pressures continue to grow in East Africa. And in countries like Ethiopia and DRC, they will see around 2 million youth entering the working age population every year between 2015 and 2030. And the rate of job creation has been much slower than the rate of economic expansion in the past decade. This raises the specter of jobless and non-inclusive growth.
Efforts to achieve Goal 8 are underway. However, some issues need to be fast-tracked to ensure the 2030 agenda is met.
The East African region is a tremendously dynamic economy. It has been the fastest growing sub-region in Africa since 2013 and was expanding at over a rate of 6%, representing more than double the continental average up to 2019. 3 of the world's 10 fastest growing economies in 2019 were in East Africa: Ethiopia, Rwanda, and Tanzania.
Eastern Africa Office understands that the aspect of tourism development has to be fortified through diversification to produce more jobs and lasting economies.
Tourism is now an important sector in Eastern Africa, given its contribution to growth and job creation. Our office has been actively supporting tourism development, and we can't ignore how the pandemic has had a devastating impact on the sector. In Seychelles, the vibrant tourism industry typically contributes 64% of GDP.
Goals. The United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres called on all sectors of society to mobilize for an inclusive and participatory decade of action to reduce poverty, ensure gender equality, protect the environment, create decent jobs, and ensure economic growth. According to the 2020 Africa Sustainable Development Report, Southern Africa displayed second best performance on the continent regarding the implementation of Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063. Overall, SDG 3 was at 83%, SDG 5 gender equality at 67%, showing moderate improvement. About half of the countries in the region are making moderate progress on SDGs 2, 6, 8, and 11. Progress is moderately increasing or on track for 51% of goals, while it's stagnating or off track for 46%. The best performing goal is SDG 13 on climate action, where 58% of countries are on track. Southern Africa has been promoting green jobs and new technological initiatives. Overall, Southern Africa is not on track to meet SDGs. Whatever progress was made has been reversed by COVID-19. The pandemic has caused an economic crisis, impacting the regional economy as factories closed, manufacturing, mining, and other commodity supply chains are being disrupted. Tourism, transportation, retail, and restaurant are also affected. Statistics from the 2020 Africa SDG Index and Dashboards report for Southern Africa show how women, youth, and children are affected in Southern Africa. In the SADC region, for instance, women constitute about 70% of the informal traders. Jobs have been lost, while access to job opportunities has diminished. Where is Southern Africa on SDGs 1, 5, 8, and 13?
Most countries in Southern Africa are off track when it comes to achieving SDG 1, with a mixed performance on SDG 5 and 13. Mauritius, for instance, is on track towards achieving SDG 1, whilst Lesotho and Malawi are on track towards meeting a few targets on SDG 13. Financing the SDGs requires significant public and private investment to bring these goals to life for all people everywhere. The COVID-19 pandemic, as you can imagine, has compounded the challenges for the region to achieve the SDGs by 2030. Due to the pandemic, Southern African countries continue to face SDG financing gaps, and this has inadvertently undermined progress towards the achievement of these goals.
How helpful has the Economic Commission for Africa been in the quest to attain SDG 1, 5, 8, and 13 through inclusive industrialization? In Zambia and Zimbabwe, SAO-SA has supported the government to elaborate their national AfCFTA strategies and opportunities emanating from cross-border trade between Zambia and Zimbabwe. SAO-SA has supported the government of Malawi to elaborate its national AfCFTA strategy. The objective of this strategy is to unlock the full economic potential of women, youth, and the disadvantaged. In South Africa, SAO-SA has contributed to a study on the governance of state-owned enterprises. State-owned enterprises play a pivotal role in the socio-economic development of South Africa and contribute to poverty reduction, gender equality, and climate action. In Eswatini, as a result of the technical support provided to the government of Eswatini, the financing framework for micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, MSMEs, has been developed to promote their growth and facilitate the integration of MSMEs in the industrialization process. In Mauritius, SAO-SA has supported the government with a study looking at strategic options for the textile and apparel industry. This study was done in collaboration with UNDP Mauritius and the Africa Development Bank. To bounce back better, ECA is supporting governments in Southern Africa achieve inclusive industrialization for reducing poverty and inequality through a better alignment of their national industrial policies with a SADC industrialization strategy and increased private sector engagement. The support that ECA provides to its member states on industrialization strategies contributes to the achievement of SDGs 1, 5, 8, and 13 to meet the 2030 agenda.
Oui, mesdames et messieurs, excellences, nous allons reprendre les travaux de notre...
We're going to resume now, ladies and gentlemen. I am going to hand over to the Ambassador of Morocco.
We thank you for your patience, and now I call upon...
Unfortunately, two people are speaking at once, unfortunately.
the chair of the proceeding to please take the floor.
Monsieur l'ambassadeur.
Madame from Equatorial Guinea?
Yes, yes.
Over to you, please.
Excellences, mesdames et
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as I was saying, we're going to resume our work. And if I may, I'm going to hand over to the Ambassador of Morocco, Mr. Roussi, to read out the ministerial statement and the communique so that it can be examined and adopted. So, Ambassador, please do take the floor. Thank you, Chairman.
I will read out the draft report or the draft ministerial statement. We, the Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, meeting in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, on the 22nd and 23rd of March 2021 for the 53rd session of the Economic Commission for Africa Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and honored by the presence of the Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Abiy Ahmed, and the governors of our national and regional central banks and other high-level dignitaries and special guests, having deliberated on the theme Africa's sustainable industrialization and diversification in the digital era in the context of COVID-19, and considering that industrialization is arguably the only historically proven path to sustainable economic growth and development, underpinned by stronger industrialized economies fostered by digitalization and diversification, and coupled with environmentally friendly policies and strategies, while being cognizant of the health and economic effects of the coronavirus disease, COVID-19 pandemic, which, compounded by the adverse effects of climate change, has severely affected African economies, pushing them into contraction for the first time in 20 years, and stalling or reversing the reduction in poverty observed over the past few years. And the progress that was made in education and health outcomes as well, exposing delays in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals for 2030 and the goals of Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, of the African Union. We do hereby number one, acknowledge that despite the pickup in economic growth to 2.9% in 2019 compared with 2.7% in 2018, the coronavirus pandemic significantly affected African growth in 2020, with an estimated 5.4% decline in gross domestic product growth rate, with adverse impact on social development, and indeed induced severe challenges for African countries to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and the goals of Agenda 2063. Number two, we note the challenges and possible risks and uncertainties to the medium-term outlook, particularly as a result of low economic activity due to lockdowns to combat the pandemic, the threat from climate change, the global economic slowdown, and the vulnerabilities exposed by COVID-19. Number three, we note with concern the trend towards deindustrialization, as the pandemic has further accentuated the decline in industrial production in Africa and the consequent need to strengthen the industrial base in Africa. Number four, we recognize the fact that most of our economies are still agriculture-based, and that, in consequence, natural disasters and climate-related challenges, such as cyclones Idai and Kenneth in 2019, as well as drought, pose adverse threats to the African growth trajectory, inflicting serious economic damage on most of the countries in East and Southern Africa, amounting to about $2 billion, signifying the urgency and importance of putting in place strategies to prevent or minimize those effects. Number five, we also recognize the importance of aligning industrial policies with other relevant sectoral policies promoting local consumption and production, participation in regional and global value chains, and capitalization on the benefits of the African Continental Free Trade Area to stimulate the industrialization of the continent. Number six, we further recognize the importance of pursuing an inclusive industrialization and economic diversification strategy that fosters the emergence of competitive micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises and a well-informal sector, contributing to economic growth and job creation, and the need to strengthen the capacity of entrepreneurs, in particular women and young entrepreneurs. Number seven, we recognize the magnitude of the economic and social costs incurred due to the COVID-19 pandemic and the need for African countries to put in place strategies and policies that could help in supporting the strong rebound of Africa in growth and macroeconomic stability, and to ensure debt sustainability in order to build forward better from the crisis, and that a continental strategy such as the African Continental Free Trade Area could play a significant role in fostering the recovery process and beyond in this regard. Number eight, we acknowledge that African policy responses to combat the spread of COVID-19, such as social distancing, lockdowns, and border closures, along with fiscal and monetary measures aimed at injecting liquidity and easing the burden of the crisis on vulnerable groups and the private sector have significantly affected the macroeconomic situation of African countries, in particular their fiscal and debt stance. And that, as a result, African countries are compelled to put in place policies that improve macroeconomic management and domestic resource mobilization and encourage private sector investment. Number 9, we take cognizance of the imperative for Africa to continue adopting evidence-based policy-making processes with the aim of planning, designing, implementing, monitoring, and evaluating sustainable and inclusive development policies that foster social cohesion through quality data within the frameworks of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and Agenda 2063, the Africa we want of the African Union, while noting that accelerated growth, higher investment rates, improved productivity, and decent job creation require a stable and resilient macroeconomic environment. Number 10, we note the contributions of the Economic Commission for Africa in supporting evidence-based policymaking and implementation across Africa, including its work on macroeconomic modeling, forecasting, and scenario building amid growing resource constraints, and the importance of extra budgetary resources in expanding the ability of the Economic Commission for Africa to respond adequately to the needs of member states, regional economic communities, the African Union, and other relevant stakeholders. Number 11, we recognize that before the COVID-19 outbreak, Africa had made considerable progress towards social outcomes, with a reduction in poverty levels in most subregions. But the pace of poverty reduction has been slow, with gross domestic product per capita growth of 0.5%. lower than the previous 2 decades on average, and that this growth trajectory, which has currently been stalled or even reversed due to the pandemic, has not been inclusive, with low job creation, underscoring the view that the source and type of growth matters for job creation in the continent, and that the theme of the present session, Africa's sustainable industrialization and diversification in the digital era in the context of COVID-19, is therefore timely in addressing the issues of good quality job creation through digitalization in a manner that will ensure sustainable industrial development, while taking note of the role digital technologies have played during the COVID-19 crisis. Number 12, we also recognize the role played by digital technologies in transforming industry through what is referred to as the fourth industrial revolution, which includes the adoption of technologies such as industrial robots and three-dimensional printing in manufacturing, and the use of big data and artificial intelligence in product development and e-commerce in marketing and sales, taking industrialization to an entirely new level. Number 13, we take note of the opportunities that the COVID-19 pandemic has provided to strengthen policies and build forward better through an industrialization pathway that is environmentally sustainable and digitally empowered, which calls for policymakers to sow the seeds of a firm foundation for the digital era by strengthening research and development capabilities, mainstreaming science, technology, and innovation in development policies, investing in internet and digital infrastructure, and improving digital literacy skills and labor conditions. Number 14, we recognize, therefore, the need for Africa to embrace environmentally sustainable industrialization and diversification as a pathway to create jobs for women and young people in building forward better, while taking note of the emerging technologies of the fourth industrial revolution, the challenges of climate change and pandemic outbreaks, which are posing considerable new risks and opening up different options and opportunities for development process in Africa.
Take cognizance of the swift and active response by the African Union, jointly with African governments, the Economic Commission for Africa, regional institutions, and development partners to address the pandemic, building on the comparative advantage gained from the previous experiences of health pandemics in the continent, such as Ebola. 16, recognize that besides the current efforts to contain and address the adverse impacts of the pandemic, Africa must take effective action to increase value added and create decent jobs for the 170 million African young people set to enter the job market between 2019 and 2030, and also ensure resilience to future shocks. 17, call upon member states, therefore, to design and implement strategies and policies that could drive green industrialization and diversification, including through the formulation of integrated green and climate resilient growth and digitalization strategies and plans into industrial and other national development frameworks. 18, also call upon member states to build better digital and new climate economy foundations in all sectors to improve productivity by appropriately strengthening research and development capabilities, mainstreaming science, technology, and innovation in development policies, and investing in digital parks, digital skills development, including basic computing, computer programming and coding, and job-neutral soft skills such as communications, management, analytical and critical thinking, and creativity. "19. Call upon the private sector to sustainably harness green and blue economy strategies and climate-resilient industrialization, recognizing in that process the rapid growth and increasing integration of new emerging technologies, such as digital technologies, nanotechnologies, biotechnologies, and advanced materials that underpin the fourth industrial revolution. 20. Call upon the Economic Commission for Africa and its development partners to enhance technical support to member states, to support diversification and industrialization, including in unlocking the potential of the private sector, in achieving green and climate-resilient industrialization, in aligning their industrialization strategies with the Sustainable Development Goals, Agenda 2063 goals, and green and blue economy principles, and to assess the implications of new and emerging technologies for the industrialization of Africa, and adopt good practices in harnessing emerging technologies to achieve sustainable industrialization.
If you could bear with us just for a couple of seconds.
Can you tell me, please, since
if you could bear with us just for a minute or two, we would be back with you. I also want to take this opportunity to let you know that we have provided links to the documents in English, Arabic, and French online on the chat box. So all those online have just as good access to the documents as those here in the room. And for those here in the room, please scan the XR code and you will have immediate access to the documents. Again, all documents are in the chat box online. Thank you.
Interpretation is back. And sorry about that. It will be with paragraph 21. Paragraph 21 of the ministerial statement. Call upon member states to pursue inclusive industrialization and economic diversification strategies that prioritize the development of competitive micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises and ensure linkages with the informal sector in accelerating economic growth, job creation, and entrepreneurship development, in particular for women and young people, with adequate support from the Economic Commission for Africa and other development partners. Para 22. Take note of the nomination of Arkibi Okwibai as Africa's candidate for the post of Director General of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. Para 23. Recognize the important role that the United Nations Industrial Development Organization must play in building forward better, and also in contributing to and supporting the industrial and economic policies that will support inclusive and sustainable growth in the developing world. Para 24, acknowledge Mr. Okbai's proven track record in leading, formulating, and delivering innovative and meaningful policy change across developing economies. Para 25, express our confidence that Mr. Okbai's extensive experience, combined with his international outlook, makes him the best candidate for the role of Director General. Para 26, recognize Mr. Okbai's far-reaching vision for a revitalized United Nations Industrial Development Organization, and the focus that he is placing on carbon-neutral industrialization, global knowledge exchange, and inclusive industrial growth. Para 27, welcome the opportunity to work closely with the United Nations Industrial Development Organization in the post-COVID-19 era and in the years to come. Para 28, extend our support for the candidacy of Mr. Okbai for the post of Director General of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. Para 29, welcome the adoption by the Assembly of Heads of State and Government of the African Union at its 33rd Ordinary Session held in Addis Ababa, 9th and 10th February 2020, of the Common African Position on Asset Recovery, in which the Assembly resolved to ensure that all the financial resources lost through illicit capital flight and illicit financial flows were identified and returned to Africa to finance the continent's development agenda. Para 30, recognize the challenges faced by member states in tracking, apprehending, and recovering financial resources illicitly transferred from the continent, thereby limiting the realization of domestic resource mobilization for achieving the sustainable development goals and the aspirations of Agenda 2063. Call upon the United Nations, in particular the Economic Commission for Africa, members of the Consortium on Illicit Financial Flows, and other partners to leverage digitalization to support African countries in the implementation of the Common African Position on Asset Recovery and enhance domestic resource mobilization in the continent.
Recognize and commend the Economic Commission for Africa in collaboration with its development partners for supporting and providing a platform for the African ministries of finance to hold discussions on several initiatives on debt, such as the Group of 20 Debt Service Suspension Initiative and sovereign debt restructuring to enhance member states' access to development financing. 33rd, call upon the Economic Commission for Africa, in collaboration with its development partners, to continue this support, which is important for economic growth to rebound. 34. Commend the Economic Commission for Africa on its continued support, the advancement of the continent's integration agenda, including through the provision of policy, analytical, and technical support to member states and African organizations, such as the African Union Development Agency, in particular, Priority Action Program 2 of its Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa, and the African Peer Review Mechanism of the African Union. 35. Call upon the Economic Commission for Africa to continue strengthening its analytical, technical, advisory, and training capacity in support of evidence-based policymaking and implementation, including on macroeconomic modeling, forecasting, and scenario building, and to make additional efforts to mobilize extra budgetary resources necessary for responding to the increasing demands and requests for its services by member states, regional economic communities, the African Union Commission, and other relevant stakeholders. 36. Recognize and commend the commitment of African leaders to the development of the continent, as evidenced by the start of trading under the African Continental Free Trade Area on 1st of January 2021, and the commencement of Phase 2 and Phase 3 negotiations on investment, competition policy, intellectual property rights, and e-commerce. Reaffirm our call upon the Economic Commission for Africa to provide technical support to member states to implement the national strategies of the African Continental Free Trade Areas, agriculture, regional value chains in pharmaceuticals, agro-processing, and mineral beneficiation, and also negotiations in Phase 2 and Phase 3 of the African Continental Free Trade Area negotiation process. 38. Welcome the work of the Economic Commission for Africa in collaboration with its partners in monitoring the implementation of regional integration activities and programs through its various monitoring tools, including the mechanisms described in the publication Assessing Regional Integration in Africa, the Africa Regional Integration Index, and the African Continental Free Trade Area Country Business Index. 39. Recommit ourselves to continuing and strengthening our efforts to address the challenges that our member states continue to face in the implementation of various landmark regional integration initiatives and commitments, in particular in the areas of industrialization, climate-smart economies, digitalization, data and statistics, infrastructure, energy, macroeconomic policy convergence, peace and security, trade and investments. 40. Recognize that African landlocked developing countries have made progress in the implementation of various priority areas of the Vienna Programme of Action for Landlocked Developing Countries for the decade 2014-2024, including in the building of transit, transport, and economic corridors, although progress has been very mixed and slow, as a result of which a majority of these countries have continued to face peculiar challenges. 41. Take note of the high-level political declaration issued at the December 2019 Global Comprehensive Midterm Review of the Vienna Programme of Action for Landlocked Developing Countries for the decade 2014-2024, entitled Calling for Action to Accelerate the Implementation of the Vienna Programme of Action, and in this regard, call upon the Economic Commission for Africa, in close collaboration with its partners, to continue providing policy, analytical, and technical support to African landlocked developing countries in their efforts to implement the Vienna Programme of Action, including through building their capacity to leverage the opportunities provided by regional initiatives such as the African Continental Free Trade Area. (42) Also took note of the 2022 program to support the proposed budget and call upon the United Nations General Assembly to approve the Commission's 2020 plan and budget as presented to this August conference. 43. Recognize that African least developed countries and Haiti have made good progress on the Istanbul Programme of Action for the least developed countries good progress on the Istanbul Programme of Action for the least developed countries for the decade 2011-2020, in particular with regard to raising per capita spending on primary education, which has contributed to increased primary enrollment and completion rates and improved gender parity in primary and secondary schools, have been notably successful in politically empowering women through increased representation in parliaments and local government, and have also reduced export concentration by diversifying their primary commodity exports. And I turn now to paragraph 44. Concern that the impact of COVID-19 is jeopardizing the 2020 report of the Secretary General on the implementation of the Istanbul Programme of Action for the least developed countries for the decade 2011-2020 and the Economic Commission for Africa report on the implementation of the Istanbul Programme of Action in African least developed countries.
45. Also express concern. Besides slower growth, the pandemic is expected to reverse gains achieved in the areas of gender equality, poverty eradication, and reduction in income inequality, education, and unemployment, thereby jeopardizing prospects for the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. 46. Further express concern that while half of the 6 least developed countries that have graduated from the category so far are from Africa, Botswana, Cabo Verde, and Equatorial Guinea, the slow and uneven development in African least developed countries and Haiti will undermine the limited progress towards the graduation criteria against the target of the Istanbul Program of Action, which specified that half the number of least developed countries should qualify for graduation. 47. Express particular concern that the pandemic could further heighten debt vulnerabilities of African least developed countries, and note that 5 of the 6 countries in debt distress are African least developed countries. And 2 of the least developed countries have decided to seek debt restructuring under the Common Framework for Debt Treatments beyond the Debt Service Suspension Initiative of the Group of 20. 48. Underline the need to revisit the current system of support for the least developed countries in the lead up to the 5th United Nations Conference on the Least Developed Countries in January 2022, with a view to ensuring that international support measures provide the levels of assistance necessary for the African least developed countries and Haiti to break down the structural barriers to advancement that they face and overcome their vulnerabilities. 49. For this purpose, for this end, we reaffirm our call for the Commission to continue to support African least developed countries in their efforts to graduate from least development country status and facilitate their implementation of the program of action that emanates from the 5th United Conference on the Least Developed Countries. Para 50, vote of thanks. We thank the government and people of Ethiopia for the hospitality that they have afforded the member states and representatives of various institutions and organizations that participated in this conference, and also for the courtesies extended to us, which ensured the success of our meetings. The last para, 51. Lastly, we wish to extend our gratitude to the Economic Commission for Africa for successfully convening the 53rd session of the Economic Commission for Africa Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning, and Economic Development. Thank you. This was a reading of the ministerial statement to the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the Ambassador. We are going to ask the participants if they have any comments to make. If not, then we shall adopt the ministerial statement as according to our agenda. The floor is open for any comments, if any. We are aware that the experts spend a long time and many days to work on this statement. But all the same, I do open the floor should there be any comments, despite the fact the very effective groundwork was done by our experts. So I hope that we can proceed to its adoption.
Propose a paragraph to the ministerial statement. Morocco, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Allow me, first of all, on behalf of the Kingdom of Morocco,
Merci, monsieur.
Thank you very much, sir. I would like to ask the participants if they agree, and if there is no objection, then we could adopt the proposal made by Morocco. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Madam Chairperson, I would like to, Eritrea would like to take the floor. Please go ahead, Eritrea.
Eritrea, vous avez la parole.
Eritrea, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We believe that the statement with 7 pages and 52 points appears or sounds like a summary of activities or compilation of what we have already included in the draft resolution. As you may agree with me, Madam Chair, and distinguished participants or delegates may be aware, the statement should be concise and to the point rather than what you call repetitions. In a sense, maybe statement should not be more than 3 pages, emphasizing on main points rather than repeating what we have already in 9 draft resolutions already adopted. So I think it needs to be a bit more concise and to the point as a political statement rather than what you call. For instance, if we maybe 19, it appears like repetition, and point is from 22 to 28. It speaks about the same point. We could reduce it in 1 point in a very concise fashion rather than prolonging to many points. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. I should give the floor first to other participants, but I think what matters is that we adopt the content of the statement. It is rather voluminous, as you pointed out, but if we agree with the content and then we trust all those who have worked on this document, I think we can proceed to its adoption unless the other participants don't agree with me. This is the proposal that I would make to all the participants at this point. If there are any other comments, please indicate your wish to take the floor.
There's someone by the name of Materunwa Ingagana Waka would like to take the floor online. Ministry UEMOA.
D'accord, allez-y. Il a la parole.
Agreed. Yes, he has the floor. He may go, he may proceed.
From UMOA, you can take the floor again. Madam Inagna Waka from UMOA, please take the floor.
Oui, madame, allez-y, vous avez la parole.
Madam, please go ahead. You have the floor. I think there is a problem with the network. There's a problem with the connectivity. Please go ahead.
She may have lost a connection and she's no longer online.
D'accord.
Fine. Is there anyone else who would like to comment and address the ministerial statement that has just been read out? Any further comments? Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, if you will allow me, we're going to proceed to the adoption of the ministerial statement as well as the communique. It's adopted. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to item 7 on our agenda, other matters.
I don't believe the rapporteur has read the communique at this stage. I believe we've just invited questions for the ministerial statement, and given there's none, perhaps the rapporteur can come back to the podium to read the communique, if that's okay with you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Agreed. The rapporteur has the floor to present the communique, and I do apologize.
Reminded that all these documents are online on the link. We have over 200 delegates online, so please avail yourselves of the documents. Thanks. Over to you, Mr. Rapporteur.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I would like to present the draft communique of the African Ministers of Planning and Economic Development on the special drawing rights for low-income or intermediate income earning countries. We, African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, note with deep concern the impact of the coronavirus pandemic on the health of our citizens, our economies as well as on our prospects of development and the Agenda 2063. We are disappointed by the slowness in accessing vaccines and funding for vaccine equity. Without rapid access to vaccines, the tidal wave of new coronavirus infections will overwhelm our fragile health systems, decimate our limited human resources, and set back our recovery. By 18th of March 2021, the continent had crossed the grim milestone of 4.1 million coronavirus infections, with a case fatality ratio in excess of the global average. The impact of the pandemic on our economies has been devastating. For the first time in a quarter century, our economies are in recession. Real GDP growth contracted by 2.4% in 2020. 30 million people lost their jobs and slipped into poverty. Our revenues plummeted while expenditures soared in response to the pressing needs of the crisis and the exigencies of climate change. African countries are now allocating significant proportions of their budgets to implement policies that respond to the impact of extreme weather events, including droughts, floods, crop failures, and infrastructure destruction. In some cases, up to 10% of the GDP has already been diverted to climate change adaptation. Our fiscal buffers are now truly depleted. These developments have undermined the economic outlook of several African countries, triggering credit rating downgrades in at least 12 African countries. These 6 African countries, including Sao Tome and Principe, the only African country set to graduate from LDC status, now are in debt distress. For those African countries that have been successful in regaining access to capital markets, the yield spreads on their sovereign bonds are excessive, ranging from 890 to 1,710 basic points for South Africa and Uganda, respectively. These premium rates will increase debt burdens and threaten the future debt sustainability of our nascent economies. Notwithstanding our difficult fiscal positions, African countries exhibited resilience in their initial response to the pandemic. We achieved low infection rates by effective enforcement of social distancing and lockdown measures. We mobilized approximately $44 billion in domestic resources, and in a highly competitive and contested market, we coordinated our efforts to secure personal protective equipment, PPE, through pooled procurement facilitated by the African Medical Supplies Platform. Under the leadership of the Chair of the African Union and in collaboration with Afrexim Bank, our government's access to 270 million vaccines at competitive prices through the African Vaccines Acquisition Task Team. This effort will increase the vaccination rate in Africa to 60% of the population and will promote herd immunity. Approximately $2 billion in financing is needed to fully fund this initiative.
Our efforts were complemented by the financial assistance and support of public development banks, the G20 Service Expansion Initiative, and the G20 Common Framework for Debt Treatments beyond the DCSI. The DCSI have allowed African countries to postpone an estimated $5.1 billion in debt service payments by eligible African countries, providing much needed liquidity to save lives and rebuild livelihoods. The African Development Bank and the World Bank have committed to support Africa to the amount of $30 billion and $50 billion respectively. The IMF has committed to $25.6 billion to Africa through the Rapid Credit Facility, the Rapid Financing Instrument, and the Extended Credit Facility. An additional $408 million has been approved through the Catastrophe Containment and Relief Trust, bringing total commitments to approximately $26.1 billion. We also commend the European Union for committing 100 million euros in humanitarian assistance to support the rollout of vaccination campaigns in Africa, led by the Africa CDC. However, with no end to the pandemic in sight, extending the duration of DSSI at least to the end of 2021 and possibly to the end of 2022, by which time it is hoped that all people will have been vaccinated, and expanding its scope to address the liquidity needs of middle-income countries is important. This is to prevent insolvency, particularly for countries with market access and relatively strong fundamentals. We're mindful of the increased importance of private creditors in Africa's financial landscape, now accounting for 40% of the continent's total debt, compared to a bilateral debt exposure of 27.6%. Addressing Africa's debt and future financing needs will be incomplete if we do not take into account these exposures to private creditors. But more importantly, the private sector must be a key partner in Africa's recovery. In this context, blending public and private resources is critical. A swift, bold, and positive response on special drawing rights, SDRs, in a range of 500 billion to 650 billion is now needed to arrest the devastating impact of this externally induced crisis on the continent. We thank the G7 finance ministers for instructing the IMF to take further actions in this regard on March 19, 2021, and urge all partners to support the G7's position on SDRs. We note that based on Africa's current IMF quota, a new issuance would provide a maximum of XDR 33.3 billion in additional resources to Africa, which would be barely adequate to meet the continent's financial needs. To supplement these resources, we further request the G7 to support on lending mechanism that channels on a mutually agreed basis SDRs to low-income and middle-income countries. The IMF's Poverty Reduction and Growth Trust, PRGT, should be considered for this purpose. Funding the PRGT with SDRs would facilitate additional financing for the acquisition of vaccines by low-income countries. The SDRs can also be used to acquire vaccines and increase market re-entry access for eligible countries. We are conscious of the fact that new issuances of SDRs are infrequent and often contested events. Again, we believe that it's imperative that we seize the moment by leveraging these resources to power catalytic investments in Africa's recovery. The SDRs must be transformative for Africa and help the continent to access to trillions of dollars needed for a green recovery. This is one of our objectives. This is within reach. Market-based instruments such as the proposed liquidity and sustainability facility combined with instruments like the policy-based guarantee of the World Bank can indeed play an important role in this respect by catalyzing investments, creating jobs, and supporting African countries in building forward better. We are convinced that investments in sustainable and technologically assisted agriculture, renewable energy and transport, digitalization, biodiversity, and human capital development are essential for recovering and building forward better. We recognize recent research, for example, by the Economic Commission for Africa and the African Union, that shows the co-benefits of a job-rich, green, and resilient recovery. Investments in these sectors will create jobs and leverage the African continental free trade area to build and enhance sustainable regional value chains. On our part, Africa is committed to implement the necessary reforms needed to promote transparency and accountability in the mobilization and use of domestic and external resources. On revenue mobilization, African countries have demonstrated the benefits of deploying technology to increase revenues. Many countries on the continent have introduced e-taxation to increase resource mobilization. Countries are also deploying digital platforms to engage local communities in the oversight of public expenditure and transparency, including through information gathering on public service delivery and the tracking of expenditure commitments. We are also strengthening our tax administration systems to identify, track, and stem illicit financial flows, IFFs. To continue our fight against IFFs, global support is needed. Particularly in the areas of big data analytics, machine learning, and neural network programming, which indeed provide an array of tools and methods to better anticipate illicit behavior and measure IFFs more accurately. More African countries are improving the enabling environment for business. The comprehensive reforms being undertaken by African countries must be complemented by the availability of more resources for all countries. We are convinced that with adequate and rapid financing and appropriate comprehensive macro, fiscal, and structural policy reforms, we can recover from the pandemic much faster and much stronger. We therefore urge all partners to heed the G7's call for a new issuance of SDRs, complemented by a reallocation mechanism that addresses the disproportionate impact of the crisis on low-income and middle-income countries, to move to implement the G20 Common Framework, to extend the DSSI to the end of 2021, to support on-lending of SDRs to the PRGT, the LCF facility, and vaccine acquisition, and to support vaccine production in Africa and accelerate access to vaccines for Africa through the COVAX facility and the Africa Vaccines Acquisition Task Team. This is a crisis of the collective, which requires a collective and coordinated response. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This was the communique of African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development on special growing rights for low-income and middle-income countries, submitted for the appreciation of this honorable conference. I thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the excellent reading of the ministerial communique. I am going to give the floor now to other participants if you have indeed comments. And earlier, the representative of Eritrea made a proposal because he was concerned by the long version of the ministerial assessment, and the communique is also a little bit long, and it should be a more synthetic, concise communique. So we have to take into account the concern of Eritrea. So I would propose to the representative of Eritrea, if he has something to sent to the drafting committee, it would be one good way forward. Having said that, I can give the floor to other participants if you have observations, comments, or any additions. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The floor is open for you now.
Uganda would like to take the floor, please.
Allez-y, merci. Vous avez la parole.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me this chance. Since the first time that I'm talking, I would like to congratulate you for the progress we made so far. And also I would like to thank the Ambassador of Morocco for this articulated presentation of the document. I will be very precise in my proposal. I would like to streamline the paragraph 2 in page 3 that started with, on our part, Africa is committed to implementing the necessary reforms needed to promote transparency and accountability in the mobilization and use of domestic and external resources. And this is my proposal. It's going to be as follows, as well as debt relief and management with the support of the competent regional and international institution. I'm going to repeat it again. So the paragraph is going to start with, on our part, is committed to implementing the necessary reforms needed to promote transparency and accountability in the mobilization and use of domestic and external resources, as well as debt relief and management with the support of the competent regional and international institutions. I would like to thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Any other participants who would like to take the floor can have the floor. Otherwise, we have the proposal of Sudan. We can continue taking comments from other participants. Any other comment?
Madam Chair, there's somebody here who would like to take the floor, please.
Vous avez la parole.
No,
Vous avez la parole.
You have the floor, sir.
Good afternoon and good evening. The Secretariat would want to propose to the Member States some clarification on or rather some precision on the paragraph where we talk about vaccines. This is on page 2. On page 2 of the communique, the second to last paragraph that starts with, under the leadership of the Chair of the African Union, that paragraph that starts with, under the leadership of the Chair of the African Union, and the paragraph should read like this, and you see why I'm proposing this. Under the leadership of the Chair of the African Union, and in collaboration with Afreximbank, our government secured access to 270 million vaccines and at competitive prices through the African Vaccines Acquisition Task Force, over and above the COVAX promise of reaching 27% of the population, full stop. ABAT and COVAX will take us to 42% of the population, full stop. Therefore, an additional $3 to $4 billion is needed to increase the vaccination rate in Africa to 60% of the population and promote herd immunity. So we can precise on that paragraph, but the way the paragraph was in the communique, it was sending a signal like the 270 million vaccines will take us to 60%, which is not the case. So what the Secretariat is proposing is to make it clear that the first AVAT doses plus the COVAX, which is promising to cover 27% of the population, will only take us up to 42% of the population. And so we need an additional 18%, which will cost about $3 to $4 billion for us to reach 60% for herd immunity. So that's a proposal from the Secretariat, and the member states, of course, can work with the Secretariat to precise the language. But that's the gist of the proposal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, sir. If others do not have objections, there is no objection here, so it can be adopted.
Point of question, request for clarification.
Alexis, vous avez
Go on, you have the floor.
The understanding is that the communique has been adopted. However, there is a proposal from the floor for the ministerial statement to be shortened. And the understanding is that Madam Chair has made proposed a way forward on how that can be done. And one possibility is for one of the member states who've proposed, or the member state that has proposed the shortening of the ministerial statement to do so. However, the communique is adopted as is. Is that correct, Madam Chair?
Thank you. According to the procedure, we cannot adopt neither the communique or the statement if there are objections. Now, the representative of Eritrea had a concern that the ministerial statement is long and he wanted to have a more concise document. That is why I was saying that if he had a proposal, a written proposal, then he can give it to the drafting committee, and what we adopt, I believe, is the content of the document. I agree with him. Yes, there are some statements that need to be synthesized, concise. Now, if he had a written proposal, then this written proposal can be communicated to the drafting committee. Now, despite the fact that we are adopting these two documents as well, so I give the floor to other participants. So I just wanted to avoid objections before adopting the documents. So these are important documents for our working sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, I do not see any request for the floor, so we're going to adopt the ministerial communique. Adopted. And with your permission, we're going to go to the item of the agenda on any other business. And like I was saying earlier, we have one agenda item.
We have people wanting the floor online, and it is important that we give them the opportunity to do so. We have over 200, almost 250 participants online. So I would appreciate if you could bear with me a moment so I can just identify the person requesting the floor, and I will be back with you in a moment, Madam. Merci. I believe the minister from Rwanda, Excellency Uziel Indagil Jamana, please, would like the floor. Madam Chair, I'll hand it over to you.
D'accord, il a la parole. Vous avez la parole, Rwanda.
Thank you, Chair. It was about the two documents and the comment made by our colleague from Eritrea. I would think that if the content is correct, the long or short document not so important if the content is correct. So if we agree on the content, I was document, but you have already. I asked the floor before, but I understand that you have document, and I'm fine. I was saying that the document is long, easy to read, and the content is right according to our consensus. So we could adopt the document as it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rwanda. I totally agree with you. So we have to consider the opinion of others as well. Now, if we agree, we can adopt the document, but I wanted to give the opportunity to Eritrea to provide their proposals. I have to give the floor to participants for any comments. Now, if anyone agrees that we adopt the document because the content is appropriate, then we adopt it, of course. But legally, the two documents are already adopted.
The floor, Eritrea.
Allez-y.
Go on, Eritrea, you have the floor.
The understanding of this delegation is once we submitted our proposal, as you have ruled out, we will submit our how we want to make changes into the statement to the drafting committee, and you can consider, you can go with adopting the statement, Madam Chair, because we have already started with communicating to the drafting committee, and then we will submit to them how we want to make changes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ambassador of Guinea Equatorial is requesting for the floor. You have the floor, Ambassador. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. It's just to second your ruling. It was clear regarding the ministerial statement. All delegations agree on the content. It's not an issue. Now, the comment from Eritrea is just a formatting issue. Eritrea would provide their written comments to the drafting committee to rearrange the document. But the main point here is that they agree on the content of the ministerial statement and communique. Yes, we agree on your ruling and your decision to adopt the statement with the comments, formatting comments of Eritrea. And we also have the comments made by Rwanda. So these are similar comments. So these are related to formatting comments. So I believe we can go forward. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Any other comments, or shall we continue?
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, if you allow me this time, may we proceed on to the next item of the agenda, which is item 7 on our agenda. Agreed. Rwanda has the floor. I understood that Rwanda had no objections. Since the documents had already been adopted, I took it that we'd continue with the agenda. But in any case, I recognize Rwanda. I have no objection. In fact, my raised hand had stayed up, so this was a misunderstanding. I agree with your decision. Thank you for your understanding, says the chair. I'm going to wait just a few more seconds to see if there are any more participants wishing to take the floor before going on to item 7. Thank you. Since I cannot see all the participants because of the virtual setting, I don't know if there is anybody else who would like to take the floor. Now, this is item 7, dear Ministers of Economic Planning and Financial. This is an item on the candidacy of the African Union or the nomination for the position of Director General of UNIDO. And now this item is on our agenda. As you know, that according to the procedure, this is an item for information. And I would like to recall that at the 38th ordinary session of the African Union Security Council took place, approved unanimously the nomination of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia as the African candidate nomination for the position of Director General of UNIDO. I think that there's a colleague, Minister of Finance, that we should endorse the common position of the African Union. We should adopt unanimously the nomination of our African brother. And my country, the Equatorial Guinea, had supported strongly this nomination. Your Excellencies, Ministers, our conference underlined the importance of industrialization in Africa, and therefore for this reason we need to adopt a support declaration for the nomination of this position and to call on all the other countries to support unanimously this nomination. This is the only item under any other business I have just said, and it is only for information, in fact. So if there are no further comments, since it is not an item which is open for discussion, we could then go on to the closing session of the meeting. Thank you, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to open the floor if there's anybody who wishes to say something. Thank you, Secretariat. You have the floor.
Can the chair kindly clarify what is being presented to member states for adoption, please? Thank you. So Madam Chair, if this is just for information and there's nothing else required, we can move on to the next agenda item. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Agreed. Thank you very much. So we may proceed to the next item. According to the program, we are going to listen to a statement made by the Under-Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary Songwe. Madam, you have the floor.
Chair?
Oui, Madam.
Just a point of clarification. Are you moving to the closing of the session? In which case, Madam Songwe would indeed be called upon to make a closing statement. Is this where we're at now?
Nous sommes au point 8 de notre...
Yes, we're on item 8 on our agenda, closing of the session. Madam Chairperson of the session. Madam Chairperson of the session, it is true that we're living in a virtual context where we have to adapt to logistic changes. First of all, I would like to thank you for the brilliant way in which you led our meeting and also the closing of this meeting. I equally would like to say express a few thoughts. I had promised to Ambassador Bama that I was going to speak in Spanish. I would try, but I'm sure everybody's very tired now.
Our thoughts go to everybody who has lost their lives in natural disasters. So the ambassador said I spoke in Arabic, I must speak in Spanish, which is easier actually. So I did that. We have spent the last week, I would say, talking excellencies, ministers, and thank you so much for staying with us. First of all, the experts meetings, and then with the ministers. I think listening in a period which has been very difficult, of course, virtually, we would have all liked to see you here with us today and during this week, but we were not able to. However, I think that we are concluding a very productive week of meetings in an environment context which has been very difficult. But I think that there are also some good positives that we can take out of this. Africa has, I think, as we watch and come through COVAX and COVID, one could say, and I think that we must be convinced that Africa is coming of age. And as many predicted, Africa has not collapsed because of COVID. Our economies have not collapsed. Our health systems, even though they were weak, have managed to withstand the COVID crisis. And as we just spoke about natural disasters, even though we are spending 3 to 5%, and in some economies 9% of GDP responding to natural disasters, we are still standing and in some cases actually growing quite fast. And so I think that the reset for Africa is already on the way, but it's a reset that has been held back by COVID-19. We are beginning to respond. We have the COVAX facility, but Africa has also created the AVAT facility to complement it because we cannot stay at 27%, we must get to 60%. There is a renewed scrutiny on SDRs. Africa in the past may have just said, oh, they're giving us SDRs, we will wait. But we're saying, yes, thank you for the SDRs, but lend more to us. So Africa wants more and Africa is doing more for that. Africa is no longer complaining about being a victim of climate change, as we heard from the Prime Minister of Ethiopia. We are actually doing things to respond to it. As we heard from Congo, we have found the peatlands of Congo, which contain 3 years of carbon emissions for the world, and we expect the world to work with us to keep that together. So Africa, again, is coming of age and is asking the world to work with it to see that collectively we can respond to some of the crises that befall all of us. And on January 1 this year, we adopted the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, a signature agreement, the largest trade agreement in the world, again, to show that Africa collaborating as one can actually respond to its crises, can rely on domestic consumption, on continental consumption to be able to respond to these crises. But as we work to recover from the crisis, I think in a lot of the discussions that we have heard from the Prime Minister of Ethiopia, the Prime Minister of Barbados, the Dean of the London School of Economics, this morning, the head of WHO, and even the private sector with Pfizer, with Moody's. Yes, many of the private sector in the world are watching Africa. Africa today borrows 40% from the private sector for its growth. So the private sector has become an important and central part of Africa's growth. But we do need to figure out what is the best and the most effective way to work with the private sector to ensure that we grow, but we grow in a sustainable manner and not in a manner that engenders more debt accumulation. And I think this Africa can do. There are some tensions that we're taking away from here, the tension of the state versus the private sector, the tension of the multilateral system versus the bilateral system, the tension of the multilateral system versus the private sector. We heard that in the segment on liquidity and debt, but we have also talked about blending, we have talked about leveraging, we have talked about coming together. So even as we talk about the tensions, I think we have talked about what are some of the solutions. And finally, we talked about green industrialization, the fact that we can create more jobs if we actually begun to recover in a more sustainable and in a more green-induced way. We've talked a lot about digitization, diversification, and the need, of course, for our countries to ensure that they respond well to the COVID-19 crisis. I think, Madam Chair, Equatorial Guinea is probably on the front line of the conversation on diversification, and we hope to continue to work with you as we open up what this means for the continent. We are, as the Economic Commission for Africa, doing a lot of work on national competitiveness strategies, hoping that we can do more work on diversification. So Africa has stumbled on a lot of these debates because of COVID-19, but I think what is powerful about it is that Africa is coming out stronger. Africa is coming out now, I think, confident that it can be included and participate wholeheartedly in global discussions on how we reset multilateralism. But before we reset, we must respond, and respond we can now with the special drawing rights. So we hope that as we have meetings in the next few weeks on the international space, we will be able to finally get some of the special drawing rights released so Africa can finalize its response phase and go into the recovery phase, which will be the phase where we hopefully start bringing our jobs back and ensuring that many more people do not fall into poverty. So this is a very quick summary of what we have been doing over the last week. And again, we just want to thank everybody. Let me start by all the ushers that have made sure that we are able to do this in a hybrid fashion, that we've managed to do it in a way that is satisfactory. We will all test for COVID when we're done with this, but I think we've done well. So I just want to thank them. I want to thank the outgoing Bureau, because of you, we got here. When you took over 2 years ago in Marrakesh, you were expected to do 1 year of work. We made you do 2 years. Africa, again, coming of age. And we did a fantastic job last year of having the COM in a very quiet way. And I think this year bringing us to having the COM in a way that is fully hybrid. But I think also to begin to show that we're coming out of this, we have solutions, the vaccines are coming, and hopefully they come sooner rather than later, as we heard this morning. I want to thank and welcome the incoming Bureau that is going to be chaired by Equatorial Guinea. We hope to continue to work with you. We had hoped that we will also have the Minister of Finance of Equatorial Guinea here, but of course, even though he may have wished to be with us in person and or virtually, we know that there have been some serious human problems in Equatorial Guinea and in Bata precisely, which have held him back. So our thoughts are with you, and we look forward to working together as we go forward. Now to the ECA team, I cannot thank you enough. We've been working on this for almost 3, 4, 5 months, deciding whether it's virtual, it's not virtual, what we should do and what we shouldn't do. But I think I speak for everybody and for everybody that has commented on this, that we have succeeded thanks to the persistence of the work that you have all put in to make sure that this comes to where it is today. So I really just want to thank you very, very much. We have succeeded in the COM, and I think we have been able to demonstrate what we have been able to do despite this year, this difficult year of COVID-19. Clearly, our member states are expecting more. We commit to working with you. We can only do as much as you allow us to do, of course. So we commit to working with you to continue doing more in the areas of diversification, industrialization, diversification, trade, and of course, vaccines and domestic resource mobilization. I think we have heard from all of our ministers of finance that African ministers are committed to putting together a comprehensive reform package for fiscal policy, monetary policy, and structural policy to ensure that we grow out of this crisis and grow out of it fast. As every speaker said, 70% of our population is below the age of 35. They all need jobs, and only through sustainable and adequate macroeconomic and fiscal reforms are we going to get there. The pride is that Africa is doing well on doing business. More investment can come back. Investments are already coming back onto the continent, but we need them to come back stronger, better, and harder. And we hope that as we do the response, recovery, and resets, that will happen. So again, on that note, thank you very, very much. We have a lot of work to do to grow back out of this crisis, to build forward better together, and ensure that when we meet again next year, we actually meet in person. I don't know if we decided where we're meeting. Did we decide where we're meeting? Not yet. So this is going to be the job of Equatorial Guinea and the Bureau to figure out where we're going to meet next year. But hopefully we're able to meet in person. Once again, thank you very much. I want to thank Ethiopia that hosted us, even if it was in a hybrid way, for allowing us to do this. The Prime Minister of Ethiopia, of course, was here yesterday, the Minister of Finance. When we last met in Morocco with the Minister of Finance of Morocco and the Minister of Finance of Ethiopia, we were planning to do the COM in Ethiopia in a much different way. We have not been able to do that, but because we come back to Ethiopia every other year, we will be back to Ethiopia, we say. So it's just a rendezvous that was postponed. So again, thank you to Ethiopia for hosting us in this rather difficult period. And finally, just for all staff that have been sick from COVID, and for all of us that know somebody that has lost their lives because of COVID, I just want us to take 1 minute to think about them, to remember them. Yes, we are hoping to come back, but we heard from Mr. Ken Oforiatta, and many of us were waiting on bated breath for a long time, hoping that he would get better. And we're very happy to see that he got better. But we know that many of us did not make it, friends, family, and colleagues. So we just want to take the time to think about them, and also to thank all the health workers, starting, of course, with our health workers at the UN, but also health ministers across the continent that have helped us to fight and steer this crisis in a way that has contained it as much as we could. So once again, our thoughts to all of our friends, family that have suffered from the COVID crisis. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Vera Sangwe, Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission of Africa. Thank you for your guidelines. Thank you for this summary that emanates from our proceedings. and which indeed I have the honor as the representative of the Equatorial Guinea. We hope that we can give the last word to the chairperson in order to pronounce the closing speech. Madam Minister, you have the floor. Thank you, Your Excellency. Excellencies, Madam Vera Songwe, Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Africa, Your Excellencies, the Ministers, Your Excellencies, the members of the Bureau of this 53rd session of the Commission, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, we have reached the conclusion of the proceedings of the 53rd session of the Conference of African Ministers for Finance, Planning and Economic Development. And in my capacity as the chairperson of the Bureau, we would like to sincerely thank the Executive Secretary of the ECA and also to her team for having made available all the facilities for the good management of our proceedings, despite the difficult situations that have been the cause of the pandemic. We would like to congratulate the members of the outgoing Bureau for the work accomplished during the last 4 years and pay tribute to all the new members of the Bureau for their active participation and for their significant contributions that were made to these proceedings. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished ministers and participants, during these long working days, which were extremely important, we tackled in depth various issues relating to the development of African economies in the perspective of the main theme of these ministers, and also on the basis of proposals and guidelines that were made in order to be able to come up with a new plan and approach to support African economies in very particular conditions. With much diligence, the Secretariat proposed this theme of the conference, and the various components and elements of this theme should help us in planning our economies. I have to recognize that during the last 2 days of work, constructive discussions were made with the aim of channeling a new vision that will enable the development of the African economies in the COVID-19 pandemic context. The ministers covered a lot of work. They analyzed excellently all the various items of the agenda so as to support the work of the ECAs and to give guidelines to the common interest and approaches for the advantage of the African continent. Madam the Executive Secretary, the need to accompany and support the ECA were underscored on several occasions by the various delegates as to the need it is necessary so that it can continue supporting the African countries and its institutions in the process of implementing the activities emanating from this 53rd session of the conference. I would also like to underscore that our states, the industrialization and sustainable diversification of Africa in the digital area in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic should also help us to transform the challenge of this COVID-19 into an opportunity to encourage and enhance industrialization of our economies, as well as their diversification and their mechanisms, which will help them to advance significantly in our respective economies by taking consistent measures for the development of the digital economy. And among our considerations, we also listened to many presentations that were made by ministers and experts, and we participated in 3 panel groups, which was extremely useful, and this pleased everybody because extremely to our advantage. Distinguished ministers, ladies and gentlemen, the development of the digital economy means that we have to be available and be attentive to the problems linked to the development of digital infrastructures as well as communications. We want to seize this opportunity to recognize the progress made by my country, Equatorial Guinea, in the improvement of the telecommunication services and economic infrastructures in order to enhance private investment and promote economic diversification. But the Commission needs to support us and accompanying us, as well as international partners, so as to be able to exploit further these opportunities which are available locally. In my capacity as chairperson of this bureau, we are extremely satisfied with the results of these meetings, thanks to your cooperation that have come up with some important resolutions and a ministerial communique as well as a statement. And in conclusion, we would like to congratulate all the delegates for their active participation, as well as the African institutions that participated, and also thank the Secretariat for all the facilities that were made available to us for the good functioning of our proceedings. In the same way, we would also like to thank the protocol services, the technical supports, the security officers, the interpreters, and all the catering team, and all those who contributed for the success of our meeting. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Secretariat, we would like to thank you very much for your efforts in the past 2 days. We have no other agenda item, unlike in previous years where we have had a reception. Given COVID and the context we find ourselves, we have not been able to have one this year. So at this point, we want to say goodbye, good night, and to those who have joined us online, about 250 of you have joined us. We thank you very much, and go be safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay,